It is, in fact, time for nuns. Hey everybody, I'm back. The nuns are here sooner this time. Let me adjust something real fast. Where's that timer at? There it is. Oh shit, there we go. That looks better. Let's see if that other chat works. Well, Pastel Chat can stay here for now. It's like, yeah, I think I took that other chat out of my sources because it's wasn't working. Alright, well, anyway. Hello, welcome back to Misericorde. There's gonna be a couple pops of color. Anyway. Things are getting drama-licious. It's kind of. Hedwig at least will not take everyone blindly at their word, or at least has been warned not to. Angela knows everything, almost everything. Doesn't know about the Catherine boinking the accused, but why don't I see? So funny. I see the mouse on OBS, but not on my actual screen. That's freaky. Wait, what the heck? Why is it like this? Hold on a second. Is it this? Yes, that looks better. Weird. Okay, anyway. Now, I can see my cursor, but you guys can't see the cursor. I don't get what's up with that. Anyway. We're just gonna... Oh no, it's happening again. What? Why is it doing that? Oh, it's because I'm not supposed to have it on full screen mode or it freaks out. Things didn't look quite right. Oh no, I forked it up again just like first time. Okay, that looks better. Sorry about that, folks. I don't know why it did that. Yeah, more like cursed or... If I'm gonna have this black bar at the bottom, then I should probably... I think I undid all of my work I had done on the first day that I played this. 1 second. Well, at least this never mind. Well, this gives you guys time to get settled in. Oh, by the way, we're past 20 days and I've arbitrarily decided that the time for each sub, or each thing that increases the time, has been reduced by half again. So it'll be a little more challenging to keep up the timer. Okay. Oh wait. Alright, it's all fixed. Yay! Very well. Her eyes narrowed and she looked up at the shadowy abbey wall that loomed above the garden. Where were we? Never mind. What is it? Nothing. It was just a bird. Did you see someone just now, Angela? Well, what now? Business as usual. In the morning, I think I will talk to James myself. Perhaps I can get something out of him you could not. Tonight, unfortunately, I have some work to go over with the superior. And I imagine we will be forced to entertain the bishop until he retires. Right, the bishop's in town. Or in the abbey. Sharing info session with Angela. And after she pointed her knife at us. Yes, we did. So this is right after that. He's not staying in the hospitalum, is he? That would be rather awkward, I imagine. I hadn't considered. Perhaps the superior will provide a bedroll and send him to the Misericorde. Anyway, what will you do next? The others are throwing a sort of continuation of the feast tonight in the cellars. Oh yeah, that's right. This is the day that never ends. Goes on and on, my friends. I just realized I needed to be tinier. I'm too tiny? I'm too tiny. Am I too tiny? Like that? I was told I was meant to be a sort of wake for Catherine. Angela's lips pursed ever so slightly. I had no idea that this proposed gathering was such an offensive idea to her. It sounded like a good opportunity to speak to people candidly. Oh no, I'm blocking the... Oh yeah, I put myself on the left. I keep forgetting. Maybe that it's funnier if the timer is on me, I don't know. Now I'll pull it up here. Okay. It sounded like a good opportunity to speak to people candidly. Perhaps I will find a new clue. A new clue? Like blueprints? Indeed. Well, goodbye. It's a doom clock for me. And with that, she left. Her shoulder bumped into mine as she passed me, and her stride looked a little less confident than usual as I watched her turn the corner at the end of the hedgerow. Less confident than usual. I sighed. The sun was still setting. I had a good while yet before I needed to appear at this controversial party. I wandered back the way we had come, past the chapel. The more I wandered around the abbey, the stranger I found the pile of debris lumped unceremoniously next to the building. The chapel itself appeared sturdy enough, so I was at a loss as to what all this loose stone was for. I gasped as I realized there was something moving atop the rubble, black fabric draped over the broken rocks. I froze in place. Was this Eustace breaking her promise to me yet again? Or was I the first person in history to catch a ghost off guard? I squinted through the dusk, trying to decide whether or not to bolt. I turned around to face me, and I tensed. Only... Oh, hello, Hedwig. Girl, you are so... paranoid. Oh, it's you! You gave me quite a fright up there. I think I already said that we need to stop meeting like this, didn't I? We really need to. It's no trouble. I am just naturally jumpy, it turns out. I suppose that wouldn't be a problem in a cell. There was only one way people can come at you in here. There was only one way people could come at you in there. Indeed. What are you doing up on a pile of rocks? Oh, just, taking in the sunset. Sister Margaret. Even I won't buy that one. It was worth trying. Well, I need to get into the chapel, so no explanation, huh? There used to be a way in through here, but when the clock tower collapsed, it blocked the passage. Have you tried the front door? Haha. The soup locked it for whatever reason. And the back door as well, clever clogs. Oh. Well, that's a shame. I suppose you could just pray out here instead? Or anywhere. I don't need to pray. I need to... Well... She ceased peering at the wall of the chapel, where I presumed the rubble had filled in whatever entrance she was hoping to find. Can you keep a secret? It's not anything bad, is it? No. Well, not really. Only a little at worst. Oh. So, can you? I sighed. What was one more on the pile? Naturally Jumpy made you think about Jumpy of 999? It's been years. Oh, man. Dan, what was that thing you said that really made me laugh? The Jumpy thing. Hey, Jumpy. Have you heard of the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise?
I say,
No! Yeah. Dan's taking a nap, but he overheard, so he yelled over what he said. Yes, of course. Well, as I'm sure you noticed, the Superior's organs sounded a little off tonight. Did it? She shot me a withering look. Anyway, that might have been my fault. A little bit. It was a little bit Catherine's fault as well, but she's busy. I need to get in there and fix the problem. What do you mean it's your fault? Sister Margaret! I remember the first conversation Margaret and I ever had with Catherine. I thought that was just a joke. A cruel joke, but idle chatter nonetheless. It should have stayed that way, but I fear that we might have taken things a touch too far. She looked a bit upset tonight, didn't she? As well she should! You'll get no argument You'll get no argument from me. Anyway, that's why I'm up here, trying to find a way in. Why not just come clean? Where's the fun in that? Besides, I would rather not be stuck on privy cleaning duty for the rest of the year. Well then, why not just do it tomorrow before service, or after? That might have to be the plan, I'm afraid. But there's a good chance she'll try and play it again, and I doubt she'll maintain her composure another time. I had thought hard about a way to help. I did not approve of Margaret's mischief, but I was at the very least pleased to see some empathy and effort to correct her mistake. What about the bells? I don't follow. Someone is going to ring the bell before liturgy tomorrow, surely. Whoever did it would have to unlock the door. Couldn't you get in that way? Margaret hopped down from the pile of rocks and grabbed me by the shoulders. Hedwig, you're a genius! Someone is going to ring the bell tomorrow morning. It's going to be me! Oh, well, there you go. No, I mean, I can make that happen. I'm sure whoever got assigned bell duty this week will jump at the chance to sleep in after tonight's little party. Hello, bell-ringing, pleasant possum. Welcome in, it's nun time. I'll just go tell the soup that I volunteer right now. I probably have heard it at some point, but I couldn't tell you how the melody goes, which is why I didn't attempt. Okay, thank you. Is this the first time that Hedwig has been enthusiastically praised? Yes. Yes, of course. The first time she gets enthusiastically praised is when, it's to help somebody, cover up something they did wrong. Typical. I'll just go tell Soup that I volunteer right now. She patted my arm and began to jog away. See you in the cellars. Wait! Huh? What is a clock tower? Oh, right. Well, a clock is a bit like... Imagine if you didn't have to ring the bells at morning, noon, and dinner yourself. It's a big machine that does all that for you. Like the animal statues? Like the animal statues by King Solomon's throne! I had no idea we had such wonders here. Margaret looked oddly stern. Yes, I suppose it is a bit like that. What do the animals by King Solomon's throne do? Statues. They tell the time, apparently? Oh, we stumped Dan on a Bible question. A clock tower is a game where a girl who looks like an actress from Labyrinth runs away with from a guy with big scissors. I did know that. It's also a room in blueprints. Oh my god, if I turn my head like this, my cowl goes like horizontal. You see this? This is so stupid. This is so stupid. VTube Studio. It's only if I... Not if I turn this way. Only if I turn this way. It gave up and laid down. Yeah, it's effing tired. Oh, that's so funny. And if you get blood on the clock tower, you end up with a hit social deduction game. Wait, which one? Blood on the clock tower? Why am I blinking?
Is that an Amoga stage?
Is there...
Or is that like, the name of the Amogus mode
It's literally called Blood on the Clock Tower. I have not heard of that. That sounds interesting. Social deduction game. Well, Dan doesn't like those, but I wonder if I could get the rest of my 14 free company involved. That might be fun. Well, I've learned about something new. Yes, I suppose it is a bit like that. It just seems a bit extravagant. The soup was very excited about the project, but between you and me, there were a few of us who thought it was a waste of money. But she had secured a good deal on the work and wanted it built quickly. Normally, these things are reserved for big cathedrals and cities. But you look at it now, and, well, it looks like we got what we paid for in the end. I had heard the superior thought it was a bad idea. I'm sure she says that now. New-ish? Only available in physical tabletop form. Oh, that would explain it. That would explain it. When I think social deduction games, I think like video games. But that still sounds fun. I mean, I would get roped along with some board games and tabletop stuff in Japan, and that was lots of fun. Yeah, I played Mafia, so it's like that. Yeah, I'll look it up. Blood on the Clock Tower. I'm sure she says that now. So, why hasn't anyone moved all these stones? Have you tried lifting one? A fair point. I'm surprised you'd never come across a clock before. They're expensive, but they're not exactly new. Isn't there one in Commedia? What's Commedia? Whoa. You haven't read Dante? Now that surprises me. Umi Neko fan makes a VN and mentions Dante? Now it was my turn to be uncharacteristically stern. I have not read anything that isn't biblical canon, errata, or scholarly commentary. Listen, I really must run and catch the soup, but we'll try and catch up about this at the party, yeah? I think you'd probably like it. Beatrice! I'll look forward to it. Oh, the soup. Different kind of soup.
Soup as it was meant to be.
Oh, Dan was showing. Dan was showing me the soup he was making yesterday out of some chicken. And it's the darkest chicken broth I've ever seen, but it seems like it's good. So he was just showing me the little container of it just now. Margaret grinned and then jogged off towards the superior's office. I sighed and continued at my own pace down the path towards the cloister, where I could see the torches being lit. I headed up the stairs to the dormitory.
SMH, they haven't upgraded it.
Upgraded it to what? It's
There's
like
there's 8 options.
Yeah?
I don't know which one they should be using.
Wait, for what?
Oyster.
Ha! You're so silly. Everything's blueprints. They even have the clock tower.
Yeah. That one doesn't get up.
And they have the cellar, like the root cellar.
True.
I reasoned that if I really was going to burn the midnight oil with everyone in the cellars later, I might as well get some rest. However, the dorms were livelier than I'd ever seen them. Everyone's doors were wide open, and I could see several sisters milling about. One was on her knees, scrubbing. I froze in the doorway. The ink! My god, this stuff is resilient. You should take up stone carving, Moira. It's just as permanent and a lot less messy. It wasn't my fault. It was like this when I got here. Oh, hello, Hedwig. I stepped forward nervously, ready to be chastised. I could probably mix something up that would help. The last stain remover I remember you mixing up for me burned a hole straight through my robes.
Can't burn a hole through the rope. Stone.
True. I appreciate the offer, Darcy, but I think I've got as much of it up as I'm going to... I'm sorry, Moira. Whatever for? I must have knocked it over when I was getting fresh clothes from your dorm. I really was a nasty little rat. Miraculously, Moira chuckled. There's no need to blame yourself. I think you would have noticed knocking a whole ink bottle over, silly. I almost objected, but then the small crowd around Eustace parted enough for me to see who the culprit everyone had agreed upon was. Oh no, are they blaming Flora? The cat? I
can't believe Nero did this.
Nero did this. There you go, you're saved.
Prison.
Nero did this.
Prison time.
No! Nero's innocent!
Yeah.
We really need locks if Catherine's gonna have a cat running around. It's not my cat. Why does everyone think it's my cat? Oh, that was like from the beginning. Eustace ignored her. This was a disaster just waiting to happen.
Right,
I keep
Nero,
all my bottles.
Your case to chat.
Alright, Nero. You're, what do you have to say for yourself? Did you knock over Moira's ink bottle? He's pleading the fifth!
He's guilty.
I keep all my bottles under the bed so nothing gets knocked over. Eustace stood up, groaning a little as she bent her knees. I'd keep your shoes on out here for a while. I think I got all the broken glass, but you never know. Thanks so much for the help, Eustace. I did my best inside my room, but the paw prints... Oh, the cat walked through the ink. That's why they blame it. Let's go, cat!
Yeah. That's why they know that it was Nero.
Grandfather's prize vase, the ink bottle. Cat's taking the blame for all these crimes. Oh, yeah. Everything is Umineko. Eustace nodded and put the brush she had been using to scour the floor back into a wooden bucket at her side. The paw prints were not gone, but they were at least faded. Oh, Hedwig! You should tell Darcy about your vision. Her what? Oh, that... Ooh, do tell. Perhaps it would be best if you took Hedwig into your dorm to chat about it a little more privately. Oh, right. I'm sorry, Hedwig. No, it's quite all right. Really, I had no reason to be upset. I had made no demands for secrecy, and under normal circumstances, I'm sure I'd be thrilled. Perhaps even a little proud, were I to be brutally honest with myself. To have it be known that I had seen a vision. But this day had been such a violent emotional journey that I couldn't help but feel annoyed. Darcy, on the other hand, looked positively elated. Oh, of course she did. Just realized I want to make chat a little smaller. can read what room we're in at least. Oh, hi Nero. Why are you walking up here?
I'm grating cheese.
Oh, he wants the cheese. I see.
He sees me cooking. Like, I need to be as close to that as possible.
Clearly.
Anytime I work, like, yo.
Is for me?
Exactly.
Yes, yes, come with me. Darcy also has a little cat face, like a :3 face. Like a Podamigo. Apparently, Solomon's throne had a mechanical device that would make the carved lions and oxen on it reach out their limbs to support Solomon as he ascended it. It was a big throne. Oh! A little less like a clock and more like, something you'd see in the Emperor's New Groove.
Imagine the wise Solomon turning to one of his servants and saying, "You threw off my groove."
I think that happened in FGO. That's why we had to fight him.
He does talk about how he threw a bunch of parties, so there is a non-zero chance
Oh.
that something like that could have happened.
Cusco is just like King Solomon. I don't know. Okay.
I don't think he's quite like that.
She beckoned me inside her room as the rest of the group dispersed. All right, we're in Darcy's room. So, r/nun living space. We got the bottles on the floor. We got the big chest. We've got something on the bed. We got a bottle that seems to be smoking. And we got a mortar and pestle and some more knocked over bottles and a cauldron on a picnic bench. This has been r/nun living space.
Sounds more like r/witch.
It's Darcy. I mean, she'd be making potions.
That is true. But
And
you know
dude
who
was
else be
super
making
rich, so he
potions?
could have afforded the party. Exactly. Hmm?
You know who else be making potions?
You?
Technically, yeah, I've been playing Witch in the Woods, but witches.
Yes?
Which is also related to the fact that I've been playing Little Witch in the Woods, now that I think about it.
Yes. This too is Umineko.
No. Incorrect.
I got him.
Incorrect.
I got him. Okay, anyway.
They do not use potions in Umineko.
They do be witches, though. I got him. Okay. She beckoned me inside her room as the rest of the group dispersed.
Me in rainbow-colored text. They do not use... they do not use potions in Umineko.
What is rainbow text?
It's just the text that I use because I'm trying to be quirky. like a troll typing. Somehow it just manages to work like that.
Wait, are you thinking of like the aquarium and blueprints that it's every kind of text at once?
No. I mean it in the context of like one letter is red and then it's the next one.
Oh, I was imagining like all the letters were rainbow. I see.
No.
I see. All right.
But in the context of Umineko, if you did play it, it would just play a whole bunch of sound effects all at once. Because it would be one sound effect for each letter.
All of my Vine booms and anime wows.
Yeah. And like 14 other various sound effects that make no sense.
Oh yes, you found the Beatrice cackling emote. Yes. Alright. She shut the door behind her and gestured for me to sit on the bed. It was hard to find a spot that wasn't covered in books, bags, tools, and containers. This is exciting. Have you ever had a vision before? Never in my life. What happened? Well, it's rather unpleasant to tell you the truth. Oh, they often are. I have seen a lot of gruesome things in mine. According to Eustace, anyway. What sort of gruesome things? Heads chopped off? Stuff on fire? Men with too many eyes? The list goes on. How frightening!
Oh no. What about men with too few eyes?
Men with too few eyes, that's just... That's a yeah, I was gonna say that's Polyphemus from Hades too, but... Polyamorous. Anyway.
I'm gonna reference that meme every single chance I can.
Because it was a silly post, right?
Yeah, that was the original.
Alright.
Goes in as, hey guys, polyamorous, not what I'm called.
I think it is worth it for the ones that are less scary. And really, the scary ones are important too, I think. They are a rich tapestry. I think that's a very good way to look at it. So what did you see? No holding back. Start with before the vision, actually. What were you feeling? She had produced a quill and paper from her little reading desk. Well, I was rather upset. I had a horrible time in the village, truth be told. Sorry to hear it. And I had sat down in the town square. I told her everything in much more detail than I had given Eustace and Moira on the ride back up to the Abbey. It was easy to be forthcoming around Darcy compared to almost everyone else there. Wow. Exciting. Is it now? Oh, incredibly. What could it mean? No idea. Oh. Something wrong? No, just I was hoping you might be able to help sort it all out. I would be happy to help, but I can't give you the answer. I don't understand it. I wouldn't know where to begin understanding it. Well, it is probably about God. I suppose that much I had gathered, I think. See, you did know where to begin after all. What do these things say to you? I don't know. You must know. Otherwise you would not have seen them. What if it's an omen? I wouldn't know then. If God is trying to tell me something, surely it would be something I needed to know and didn't. Darcy shook her head. It was odd seeing her look so authoritative. Even in the garden, she never commanded this sort of presence. Oh my god! She capitalizes God. I was like, oh my god, her sentence is capitalized. God would never show you anything you did not have the capacity to understand. God may not speak in words, but he understands language. How else would he communicate with us now and the Israelites then? The Jews and the Romans. How would he reach the heathens in the East? God is so important it overwrites her typing quirk. I know, this is like blowing my mind. Or the bloody French. God showed Hildegard a shape of light and let her conclude it was a map of the cosmos. He even sent Moses a burning bush before he spoke plainly. And he sent me a vomiting dog? Perhaps he has yet to speak plainly to you. Or perhaps he already is. She emphasized this point with a dramatic gesticulation. I wasn't sure whether to be amused or frustrated. Do you understand any of the visions you've seen? Not entirely. If only Catherine were here. She understood hers very quickly. With my help, of course. Which gives me the utmost confidence that I can help you. We can translate what God is saying to you. I would appreciate that. I am yours. Ayo? However, I must think on it. Of course. There really is no great rush. She scrunched up her face and started stroking her chin, and I realized she meant to start thinking right away. I stood up and bowed my head. My thanks, Darcy. Look at her. She's thinking so hard. I know her thinky face. She's concentrating. She's using all 5 of her brain cells are whirring like your computer when it's about to overheat. She nodded gently. I left to retire to my own room. The crowd that had surrounded the ink spillage had dispersed. Only Moira remained, leaning against her door, looking more exhausted than I'd ever seen her. Any luck? We're going to keep at it. Good, good. She looked pensive and preoccupied. I'm sorry. Oh, it's no great loss. I can always ask the superior to send away for more. I just worried that damned cat is going to cause more trouble elsewhere. I'm sure we have some spare ink in the library. Ooh, I might take you up on that. Although you might have to ask Eustace. I know she can be a bit particular about supplies and so on. It can't hurt to ask. The cool Stella. But the cat's innocent. No, it can't, can it? You're right. Sorry to be so much of a downer. She fixed her gaze on the faint paw prints on the floor again. Eustace had clearly done her best to scour the stone. There was still a visible trail leading out of the dorms to the landing. Is it really so much of a nuisance? It sounds silly, but I don't trust it. I'm old-fashioned, I suppose. She sighed heavily. It was very cute once upon a time, but once it grew up, it was still cute. I had no idea it had been a problem for that long. We don't get the usual vermin up here in the hills. It's far too cold. Whoever brought it here just wanted a pet, I think. Another of this abbey's great mysteries. What are some of the others? I caught myself too late to keep this rather stupid inquiry to myself. I'm convinced my habit of answering every statement with a question will be the death of me. Luckily, Moira didn't find this question odd. Where to start? Who paid for it? Who still pays for it? Is it haunted? Yes. Darcy had emerged from her room without either of us noticing. Do you really think so, Darcy? I know so. I've thought a lot about it recently, and I finally know for certain. This place is very haunted. Ooh, I hope not. Darcy shuffled past us, leading Moira looking a little worried. I wanted to say something comforting to Moira, but the evil sigil carved into the walls loomed in the back of my mind. It was becoming harder to disagree with Darcy's assessment. I was curious what had prompted her escalation from a little to very haunted, and I thought about following her to ask. But Moira kept talking. That night on the landing, when you said you saw a ghost, I know Eustace claimed credit, but the more I hear from others and the more I see myself, I sometimes wonder. If it's any comfort, I don't know what to believe about it either. What was it like? Terrifying. And then when everybody assumed it was a practical joke, I felt very small. I would too. I must apologize for throwing my lot in with them. It's no trouble. I can scarcely believe it myself. It goes against everything I know, everything I hold true. How could I judge anyone for dismissing my account? You are too forgiving. You did not see it. You have nothing to apologize for. That's not true, actually. What do you mean? Remember in the village, when I whispered to Eustace? I was telling her that we had to stall, so we wouldn't get back to the Abbey too early. I did figure that out myself. Since everyone was getting ready for the feast, which was meant to be a surprise, well, it was a lovely surprise. So how could I be upset? Moira smiled. Her eyes were a little damp. I felt horrid for keeping you there against your will. I felt horrid being there, but I think in the end, this day ended up being rather good. Really? It's still the same day. Crazy, packed day. Darcy, you're supposed to be shuffled away. Get to shuffling. She's lingering. She's lingering. Like a ghost. Really? That's a relief. She wiped her eyes with her sleeve, then stood up straight. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves, though. We've got a wake to attend, remember? Right. I think I'm going to lie down for a little while to recuperate. You should! It's been a long day, and it's going to be a long night. Of course. She smiled at me and then stretched her arms above her head, letting out a huge yawn. I think I might do the same. Knock on my door if you get up before I do, won't you? Of course. We went into our separate rooms. I think I fell asleep the moment my eyes shut. And Darcy never left. I woke with a start. That damn knocking in the walls was back. Wait, I remember what I did. I would pull the chat underneath this bit. That's what I would do. I looked out the window to see the moon was high in the sky. At the very least, I could thank the creaky old building for waking me up at the right time for this party. I groaned and rolled out of bed. I really should have stripped down before sleeping. I felt too warm and a bit pasty, despite the cool night breeze coming through my window. I adjusted my clothes as best I could. On my way out, I nearly tripped over Medea. Hey, like Hades too, which I picked up and put on my writing desk next to the desiccated copy of Matthew. I was getting a little tired of having books of odd import lying around my dorm room, let me tell you. Hello, Hedwig. Hello, Catherine. Margaret. We should go. Yes, we should. Are they okay? They looked oddly serious. Yeah, I was gonna be like, I mean, I guess it is a wake, but Moira emerged from her dorm room as well. She looked rejuvenated since the last I saw her. The nap had done her some good. Hello, shall we? I suppose we must. Moira looked surprised by Catherine's maudlin tone. We traveled to the cellars together in silence. The Abbey looked quite mysterious at this time of night. The pale blue light of the moon was competing with the flickering orange torchlights. As we approached the cellar, I realized just how close we were to the Superior's office. Is this really wise? Surely the noise will carry. I doubt it. We'll be deep in the cellars and these walls are thick. Not to mention that bloody great door of hers. I doubt she'd mind. It's all for Catherine, after all. Of course. Only a few torches down in the cellars had been lit. I could already hear music echoing around the cool underground walls. It was altogether rather eerie. A sort of fortress of casks had been erected around what appeared to be the designated celebration area. A few of the barrels had been arranged like little tables, carrying wineskins and cups. Adela had one of these makeshift tables to herself, and was playing some sort of card game with Sister Charity. Whatever the game was, it finished as we approached. Adela flipped a card over, causing Charity to erupt into giggles. Hello, everyone. Would any of you care to see the future? Oh, she got her tarot cards out? No thanks. Catherine and Margaret made non-committal grunts and left me alone with Adela, who was already shuffling the cards. You should! It's not half bad. I was already planning to leave early, and I gotta... What was it you said, Adela dear? Your present card was the Three of Cups inverted. In that position, it can refer to a lack of time to socialize. Dead on, isn't it? Anyway, I can't stay. These old bones won't survive staying up too late. I just wanted to raise a glass in poor Catherine's name, at least. She was really quite drunk already. You should stick around for just a short while longer. I believe we are giving a toast to Catherine in just a few minutes. Oh, you've talked me into it. She toddled off. Well, would you like a glimpse of the future, Sister Hedwig? I'm not sure I like the look of this. Is this some kind of Iberian custom we shouldn't play around with? Hedwig, you're gonna sound xenophobic. Adela frowned as she continued shuffling her deck of cards. This is an Italian pastime my mother enjoyed, Sister Hedwig. Oh. I felt rather embarrassed. I kept doing this sort of thing. I decided that agreeing to participate would be the best mea culpa I could offer, despite the misgivings I had with the activity. Go on, then. She rapped the cards against the table sharply. I will turn over 3 cards. The first card will represent your past. The second will describe your present. And the third card will give you a hint of your future. Hey, just like my character in my tabletop RPG. Are you ready? This was silly. Yes, let's try it. Welcome in! We're getting a tarot reading for this nun. Hey, Marsh! Yes, let's try it. The 7 of Cups. It represents illusions, imagination, creativity. But as you can see, it is inverted. From where I am standing, I suppose. This is about your perspective, so yes. It is inverted. This card represents your past. You were in your cell for a long time, were you not? You spent a long time with nobody but yourself. Nothing but your own imagination. Clinging to this past will not help you. Your second card, the present. I have revealed the world. Oh, that's powerful. Once again, it is inverted. Uh-oh. In this reversed position, the world represents your inner torment. That you got Sawarudo. You are secluded. You are lonely. You are withdrawn. Oh, now you're just being mean. Because something has been troubling you, yes? Yes. Something you need to get to the bottom of. Something that has been preoccupying you ever since you left your cell. Am I correct? Yes. Of course I am. You were alone in your cell for many years, and now you have been set adrift. That conflict has been eating away at you and driving you further inward. Dotting at that. The world in reverse, believe it or not, could be a good sign, Sister Hedwig. It represents your current state. You may yet find the answer to your questions within yourself. Choose a final card and we shall see. I pointed at the topmost card on the pile. I did not particularly care for this game, and I wanted it to be over as soon as possible. Oh! Is it hitting a little too close to home? Sister Hedwig? Oh, everything's reversed. Damn, she be upside down. Oh. The Queen of Swords. The Misericorde. The title of the game, she's holding a sword. The Queen of Swords. Reversed. All of your cards have been reversals, Sister Hedwig. That is interesting. Is it dangerous? No. It just means that you may face many challenges. Lovely. A reversed Queen of Swords in this position means you will continue to have a hard time moving forward into the future. You must make some decisions, Sister Hedwig. This Queen in reverse suggests to me that you must find some strength inside yourself to move beyond your current predicament. Perhaps there is something small you can think of and change. I will have to think on it. The cards have faced a turnabout. I will have to think on it. I desperately wanted to leave the table, but Adela was shuffling the card pile again. She's like, oh god, not more tarot cards, oh my god, oh my god. Let us ask the cards a question. Think hard, Sister Hedwig. What would you ask the cards? I would ask them to go away. No, that's not what she's saying. You do not need to speak it aloud. Ask the question yourself, then pick a card. I hated this game, but I didn't want to upset Adela. I'd already seen a real vision today. I reasoned that I had the strength to endure this silly little pagan ritual for one more round. She sensed the pagan ritual. If I could not be flippant openly, I decided I would ask these cards something disdainful, if only in my own mind. Is this real? That's what I landed on. I gestured to the bottommost card in the pile that I could see peeking out from beneath the others. Let us see. The High Priestess. That is interesting. What does it mean? Well, to be honest, I think this card is imbued with such mystery that your answer is unclear. I did not like this answer at all. I stared at the card, deep in thought. It felt oddly similar to looking at my reflection in the bath. Isn't it funny how every card is imbued with enough mystery to mean whatever you like? I jumped. I hadn't noticed Eustace looming. The cards have malleable meanings, it is true. That makes them better at their intent. That makes them better at their intended purpose, not worse. Oh, I don't disagree with you there. Adela shot Eustace a nasty sneer. I was relieved that someone else was the target of her ire now, at least. Do you not have any sense of wonder? No love of mystery? The church holds plenty of mystery for me. Isn't that right, Hedwig? Yeah? Huh. It is a wide world, and I believe we must be flexible if we wish to spread the faith around it. I opened my mouth to refute this, but I caught myself before saying anything. There was no need to draw Adela's attention back to me. I may have found this talk blasphemous, but at the end of the day, I was a bigger coward than I was a devout Catholic. Another thing I was coming to loathe about myself. Hedwig! Hedwig, you need to be nicer to yourself. We'll leave you to it. Hedwig hasn't even gotten a drink yet. Isn't that right? Yes. Goodbye, then. She busied herself with her cards. Eustace tugged my sleeve and pulled me away from the table, although I did not need much convincing. She can get a bit funny about her hobbies. I'm surprised she is allowed to bring fortune-telling here. Those cards are blasphemous, surely. I'm not sure Adela thinks that hard about these things beyond the aesthetics. I would call her an easily distracted traditionalist. She led us to a free table near the edge of the makeshift room with thus far untouched cups, and then began pouring 2 drinks. You've had a long day. Indeed I have. How are you feeling? She nudged a full cup in my direction, which I took with a quickness that surprised even myself. Tired, but also very, very awake. Like I could sleep forever or never again. Darcy was the same way when she started having visions. So you believe me now? I said I believed that you believed you had a vision. Ultimately, what I think does not matter. She drummed her fingers on top of the barrel-cum table. She stared off into the distance, deep in thought. I want you to know that I am looking out for you. Do you understand that? You are, Eustace? Ooh, in what sense? I can't say. But I promise it isn't out of disrespect. Yes! Simply some Latin. I am not being condescending. She was being very condescending. You being at a wake for Catherine, it feels quite strange, uncomfortable. And I've felt similarly about you working in the library as well. I keep glancing up from my work expecting to see her sitting across from me writing God knows what. But instead I see you. And that isn't your fault, to be clear. But it stings every time. I can only apologize. I am no replacement for her. I was never trying to be. I was very angry when I first heard you had volunteered for her old position. What a climber, I thought. You regretted taking such extreme vows and jumped on a rare opportunity to leave. I know several other sisters think the same way. I don't think that anymore. Just so that you know. What changed your mind? You are fucking miserable. This wasn't something you wanted, was it? She peered at me through her thick glasses. I knew that there was no way I could lie. She was clearly comfortable in her deduction already. No. The superior put you up to something, didn't she? Yes. I wish she hadn't. I sometimes feel the same. She wanted some objective eyes and ears, I take it? She's not satisfied with the conclusion that that man killed her. Damn! Eustace just like... I guess Eustace is gonna be in on this too, because she's just so smart. Yes. That's it exactly. Of all her idle interests, this is easily the most annoying. She poured herself another drink. What could convince you to just give it up? Interesting question, Eustace, given all the weapons are supposed to go through you. Because you're the one who's cataloging them and storing them. Interesting question. All the nuns are gonna start being detectives, yeah. That's why I tried to scare you, you know? But you're braver than I thought. Nothing. Oh, please. There must be something. No, there isn't. I don't think it was James either. How could you possibly have an opinion on this? You never met either of them. That's not true. Catherine came to my hagioscope several times. Yes, to talk about what? Plays? You didn't know Catherine. Not the way I did. Nor anything close to the myriad connections she had with everyone here. What's the first thing that comes to mind when you picture her? Companionship. Someone who I could talk to about scripture on a level no one else ever has. Yes, she was very good at levering people's interests. I know she left a few sisters hurt when she moved on from certain interests. Are you one of them? You think she got her? No. But that is certainly an opinion several people here may have. So you admit I have some knowledge of the situation. Why is it then that you want me to ignore all of this so badly? Eustace looked around to make sure nobody was within earshot, and then leaned across the barrel to speak in a harsh whisper. Poking around for perceived conspiracies is what got her killed. And I don't want the same to happen to you. Ooh! I had a feeling it was something like this. I had a feeling it was something like this from the beginning, from when we were first talking to her, you know? Note to self, frantically review the YouTube vids to see if Hedwig mentioned Catherine talked to her about plays to Eustace before. Oh. Maybe. Yeah, I don't quite remember. It's possible that since Catherine and Eustace worked in the same room, it's possible Catherine was like, "Oh, I went to the hagioscope and I was talking about Medea or something." I don't know. Catherine could have easily mentioned it offhand because they work in the same room, but I guess Hedwig could have told her offhand. I don't remember. I feel like Hedwig was really keeping that kind of stuff to herself, though. You or anybody else. What do you mean? So you don't think James killed her? I didn't say that. Then... Eustace leaned away suddenly. I intuited that she had seen someone approaching out of the corner of her eye and bit my tongue. Hello? Is this wineskin still full? Eustace began pouring wine for the two of them. They took their cups and settled in with us. The conversation with Eustace, it seemed, was over for good. Has Adela read everyone's fortunes yet? She told me I had a lot of anger in my past. Too right. Did you know that the death card doesn't always mean something bad? I nearly screamed when she showed me that one. I'm not sure the cards actually mean anything. They can mean everything, which is just as unhelpful. Still, it's a bit of fun, isn't it? As long as we don't take it too seriously. Margaret chugged the rest of her drink down and slammed the cup on the table. Right. I suppose I should get back to the loot. She left the table and Eustace scooted around to better talk to both Moira and I Wow, Margaret knocking it back. Is she okay? What's got Catherine in such a bad mood, do you think? Yeah, play the lute player. She gestured towards the tall woman, who was leaning against a barrel all by herself and looking positively ashen. Huh. That's not like her. Not at all! Do you think we should ask her? Maybe later. Not now. I'd rather wait until she's got less wine in her. I made eye contact with Catherine by accident while the others were talking. She sighed deeply, then looked away to pour herself another cup. That's really not like her. I had in fact seen Catherine in a similar state in the Misericorde not very long ago, when she had been staring into the fire and lamenting her lot in life. She had alluded to her old home life then. Now that I knew the rumors surrounding her exit from the village, I had a sinking feeling about what was bothering her. You don't think she really did what they say, do you? Kill her husband? Moira and I both coughed into our drinks. No, I don't think she did. No, nor me. She's a bit odd, but I don't think she's that kind of odd. Look who's talking. Oh, Flora out here with... Flora comes in with a steel chair. Flora had arrived without anyone noticing and looked ready to pick a fight for some reason. Eustace turned around to address her curtly. I never said I wasn't odd. But I think we can all agree Catherine and I are different kinds of odd. Never mind. Wine me. Moira obliged immediately, lifting the wineskin to pour a mug for the impatient young woman. Go easy on the stuff this time. You're not my mother. Thank God for that. Flora stuck her tongue out at Eustace and left, presumably to go bother somebody else. Christ. I know it's normal for young nuns to act out, but she's been acting out for a long time now. I bristled at the curse. The Lord's name in vain. But the insinuation that Eustace found Flora's behavior somehow beneath her bothered me more. I opened my mouth to say something about it, but Moira got there first. It's probably for the best. She was always more tactful than me. You like to act out too, Eustace, just in more elaborate ways, I suppose. My pranks have always been elaborate and thought-provoking. What thought was dressing up as a ghost meant to provoke? Oh, a ghost! We all laughed. Even Eustace. I wish I knew how to do that sort of thing. If I'd been left to my own devices, I would have likely started another argument with Eustace. Woman to woman, Eustace and I had a relationship that seemed liable to fall apart at a moment's notice. With Moira around, I felt part of an inseparable trio. Eustace glanced across the room at Margaret, who was fiddling with her lute while standing on top of a crate. I know. As long as Moira's there, maybe Hedwig can have a sense of belonging. Catherine had wandered over to the makeshift stage as well and still looked a bit dour. Her and Margaret exchanged a few words. Neither of them looked thrilled, honestly. Finally, Margaret shrugged. Catherine sighed, then appeared to pull herself together somewhat miraculously. But Moira got the death card. No! It's not a death flag! It's not a death flag! No! Margaret strummed a chord, then spoke loudly to everyone gathered in the cellar. Everyone! I know we have some very important drinking to get to, but there's someone who won't be joining us tonight who we need to pay tribute to. A murmur of approval echoed around the room. Someone who can't join us ever again. It has been several weeks since we lost our dear sister, Catherine II. I am sure she'd be delighted to see all of you here. Annoyed, perhaps, at a few of you. But that's nothing a few drinks couldn't fix, I'm sure of it. Everyone chuckled, but I was left confused. What sort of mourning was this? We will never have a sister like her. I dare say there isn't a convent in the country who will. In the world, most likely. I miss having the competition. Her and I had unparalleled beauty, wit, and grace. I came out on top, of course, but it was very close. More laughter. But she handily bested me at other things. Her boundless love for others. Her endless interest in all manner of scholarship. Her frankly rabid hatred of Italians. Everyone found this one particularly hilarious, but I was more lost than ever. And the Spanish, or was it the Portuguese? I can't remember. She certainly got her licks in on the English as well, which... She raised her mug into the air and the crowd followed suit. Fair play. Fair play to all of it, I suppose. Where else but England would Catherine II get stuck with a convent full of Spaniards and Italians? She was Irish, of course. Moira put her hands together in front of her mouth to let out an approving howl so loud I flinched. Moira's like, yeah, Irish! Everyone else found this very amusing. She liked to remind us of that whenever she could. I once asked her, why not go back to Ireland then, when I was particularly irritated with some of her good-natured ribbing. And I swear this is true, she looked me dead in the eyes and said, my dearest Catherine, ignoring the fact that I must remain here as a nun, I would never consider Lynbarrow anything less than my home. Aww. How very trite, I thought. I still do most of the time. Lynbarrow rarely feels like a home to me. The hallways are drafty. What little work there is to do is tedious, and the tedium only increases when there is no work left to do. It rains all the time, and it's freezing cold even when the sun is shining. That all being said, I realized something recently. I may grouse about this place, and I'm certainly not going to stop. But Lynbarrow certainly feels like less of something without Catherine II around. And I think perhaps if she considered it a home, I could too. So maybe it is home. For better or worse. I miss her. And I think I would miss all of you just the same were any of you to leave. Most of you. The crowd laughed again. Catherine raised her mug and began pointing at people in front of her. Charity! What will you miss most about Catherine II? I'll miss chatting with her about the past. Nobody else here wants to hear it. Too bloody right. Marta? I'll miss her assistance in the cellars. Flora? I'll miss having a real friend. Oh, Flora. No wonder she's grumpy. Adela? I will miss having a sparring partner. Hold on to that one. I doubt you'll ever duel someone again. You two were complete mad women. Eustace? I will miss our conversations in the library. Someone Eustace enjoyed talking to. What a rare person she was. I think we only have one other here like that. Darcy? Sorry, what was the question? What are you going to miss most about Catherine II? Oh, I will miss having someone to discuss ghosts and spirits with. Steady on. Moira? I'll miss her accent. She was choking back tears. Everyone chuckled sympathetically at her silly answer. It was a little taste of home, I'm sure. Hedwig? Only joking. Margaret? No! Let Hedwig speak! No! I could have shrunk into a mote of dust. No, Hedwig! No! I will miss playing music with her. And we'll all miss hearing it. Speaking of, Margaret, you did say Catherine wouldn't be joining us tonight. But perhaps if we drink hard enough and sing loud enough, she'll join us. Am I right? Whee! Come now, if I can't hear you, she certainly won't. Am I right? Everyone began stomping and clapping. Some people were banging on barrels to make extra noise. It was so raucous that I was worried the superior might descend the stairs to chastise us all, but nobody seemed to mind. The evening descended into chaos from there. I had no idea what I was meant to do. Once Catherine's little speech was concluded, there didn't seem to be much else in the way of eulogizing at this wake. The sisters were all drinking, laughing, playing chess, and reading fortunes from that demonic deck of cards. Frankly, I felt sick. I stood at the edge of the cellar next to one of the barrels, holding a mug that I took the smallest sips from every now and then. I felt even more out of place here than I had in the Misericorde. I was confounded by the realization that that place, which was designated specifically for rule breaking, had felt less debauched than what I had saw before me. Margaret played her lute for what seemed like hours, taking breaks only to swig whatever drink Catherine handed to her. Catherine herself just seemed to be in a better mood than earlier, although she might simply have been too drunk to feel anything. Even Moira was acting far more depraved than I was used to seeing. She was dancing like mad, bumping into people and cheering and banging on barrels to create a makeshift percussion section for Margaret. Adela made her way over to me, smiling. "What are you doing all the way over here?" "Oh, I'm just tired, that's all." "Come on, join in." "I'd rather not. I'm happy here. Do you feel out of place?" I just didn't know Catherine that well. "You're not here because of how well you knew Catherine. You're here because everybody likes you." What rubbish. I didn't know what to say to her, so I took a sip of my drink in a feeble attempt to hide. "No! I think I've gathered enough evidence to tell that everybody at least likes you a little, or at least nobody hates you." "Nobody hates you, Hedwig!" "You need to trust what the cards said. Allow yourself to discover where you belong." "Angela!" Yeah, Angela hates everyone. Yeah, exactly. I nodded in a non-committal way. Mercifully, this seemed to satisfy Adela, who danced off back towards the rest of the group. I could hear wood scraping against stone. Moira had pushed a crate next to Margaret and was clambering atop it clumsily. Everyone! She wobbled and nearly lost her balance until Margaret caught her. Thank you. Everyone, I think it's time we properly welcome our new chronicler. She pointed at me drunkenly and I froze. Everyone turned and raised their mugs to me. Catherine could never be replaced. But Hedwig's is a lovely new presence here, don't you all think? I was practically begging to be struck down by a lightning bolt. Anything to end this embarrassment. The feast had been bad enough, but seeing the sisters fully uninhibited, smiling at me, seemingly entirely earnestly, as they toasted me, it made my blood boil. Girl, what do you want? Do you want them to like you or not? I don't really know why. It just felt wrong. But looking at all these drunken, drooping faces groping at me, I wasn't sure I wanted their approval. 3 cheers for Hedwig! Hup hup! Hooray! Hup hup! Hup! I was rescued by an ugly sound. Flora had wandered over to one of the casks and attempted to open it, only to break the bung completely. Uh-oh! Flora! What are you doing? The skin was empty. I was gonna get more and it just broke. Adela and Marta stormed over to the barrel to attempt to help. Flora was covered in red wine. Her wimple was undoubtedly ruined. You really are a piece of work, girl. That is not even the wine we are drinking. I bloody hope not. It smells awful. What did you do? I didn't do anything. It broke on its own, more or less. You ripped the whole faucet out. Not the sherry. Oh my god. Was it the sherry? How did you manage that? I barely touched it. You're a bad worker and a worse liar. Get out of my way. Whatever. Oh my god. Catherine's sherry? Uh-oh. This was Sister Catherine's first batch of sherry, wasn't it? Of all the casks to break. Well, this one is gone for good. Marta yanked Flora towards her by the scruff of her neck. Uh-oh. Ooh. And smacked her face with raw power I wouldn't have expected from her. What do you have to say for yourself? Marta raised her hand again, but everyone rushed forward. That's enough, Marta. It was an accident. Huh. Marta let go of Flora and walked away to join Charity on the other side of the room. The cask was still gushing wine onto the floor. Everyone started inching backwards to give the dark liquid a wider berth. Moira tried to pull Flora aside to comfort her, but the younger nun sprinted past her towards the cellar stairs. What should we do? There is not much we can do now. It will soak into the stone. Some got onto the casks beneath it, too. Those are probably ruined now as well. Just from having something poured on it? This is a delicate business. What was that you said about it soaking into the stone? It will, believe it or not. Although a mop would not go amiss. No. Let it. What? What are you talking about? This is Catherine's sherry, right? The wine she worked on when she tried her hand at winemaking? We should let the Abbey have it. You mean Catherine made this? If there's a piece of her soul or spirit or essence, I don't know, then the Abbey should drink it. All of it. We literally pouring one out for the homie. She can be part of the Abbey forever. Not just stuck in some barrels. Eustace? That is a beautiful idea. I have never known you to speak with such poetry. I have my moments. I agree. What a beautiful way to honor her memory. It is certainly unique. Befitting, I suppose. When you say all of it, Sister Eustace, all of it. Anything Catherine made. The mood had soured somewhat when Flora had broken the cask, but a new buzz of activity was starting. Should we just pop the rest open? Let's smash them! That is more like it. A cheer went around the room. Should I go get an axe from the workshop? Oh, shit. Well, this is something. A good idea. No, I have a better idea. Eustace, why not use Catherine's sword? Oh, isn't that dangerous? Absolutely. No more or less than an axe. What about spears? I would really prefer the axe, I think. Spears are more effective than both. I'll get Catherine's... Alright, let's use this. I'll get Catherine's sword if it'll spare us a lecture on troop tactics. Everyone except Catherine whooped and clapped. Is that not rather... ghoulish? She was killed with it. The mood soured instantly. Oh. You know? I think that is exactly why we should use it. Should her sword's last act be so grisly, we have a chance to wield it to celebrate her. I resisted the urge to point out that the sword's most recent acts were to slaughter a goat and scare me silly. Yeah, because apparently there was no goat. That actually makes some sense to me. I agree. It's fitting. I'll go and get it. Why does Catherine seem so reluctant? Huh? Were you involved, Catherine? Huh? Back in a moment. Catherine's mood had turned again. How interesting. Nearly everyone else seemed convinced of this ridiculous idea. However, I think we'll be getting on. It was a lovely night, but I'm too old for all this. We need our beauty sleep, don't we, Marta? Waste of good wine. I'm sure we don't actually need to do this. Do what you like. Good night, everyone. They left. Margaret was huddled in conversation with Catherine again. They both looked quite serious, but Margaret was strumming a tune idly to cover whatever they were conversing about. Dog, I'm so suspicious. Were Eustace, Margaret, and Catherine all in on it? Finally, Eustace emerged from the shadows once more. She carried that terrible blade with her. When the nuns invested in her cask-breaking plan, she started cheering. She held it aloft. Even Catherine joined in. Her dark mood had once again evaporated, and she had turned back into the Catherine I was used to seeing. What is going on? Right. Who wants to go first? Let me take a swing! It should be Hedwig! Of course, that's a much better idea. Yeah, you first, Hedwig. I'm sure you'll love that. Very fitting. Oh, no, I couldn't. Go on, Hedwig. Eustace approached me and held the sword out as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The pommel towards me, the blade resting at her side, the balanced flat on her palm. You do agree that the sword was the least effective tool out of the options presented? Now, be very careful. Grasp it firmly with both hands. Everyone was looking at me expectantly. I don't know. Hedwig! 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 Everyone began chanting in unison, even Eustace. There was nothing else for it. I took the sword in my hands and everyone cheered. How does it feel? It's much lighter than it looks. There she is reflected in the sword. Ooh, we get to see some of Hedwig's face! Oh, look at her sad, sad eyes. I saw my reflection in the blade. Oh, some of your hair is peeking out again, girl. It was an odd sensation. I suddenly felt very powerful. Oh, I turned the blade over with a quick little flip. It felt so natural. Hey, it said your future was the Queen of Swords, right? She is cute. I hadn't even held the sword for a minute, and I already felt as if I were equipped to take on the world. I was surprised to discover that there was an engraving in Hebrew on the side of the blade near the crossguard. Oh yeah, there is. How odd, I thought. While I recognized the script, I could not read it. I didn't have long to muse over it, however. Step over here. Careful now. To this cask, Sister Hedwig. Everybody else should stand back. Now, lift it up, and that's when the bloodlust took hold. Damn! Now, lift it up. I was not really listening. I knew what to do. She's a natural-born killer just like Hazel. With a speed that evidently surprised Adela, I swung the blade down to the top of the barrel in front of me. Not bad, but you must swing more confidently. Try. But I was already swinging the blade down again. The barrel gave way, and red sherry came bursting forth all. Everyone cheered. The wine was all over my wimple and frock, but there was nothing I could do about that. I gave the broken barrel a few more gleeful hacks before Adela stayed my arm, laughing. It is the bloodlust. Give someone else a turn. Who wants to go next, There are just enough casks for all of us to do one, I think. Everyone clamored around. Adela held her hand out to me expectantly. The sword. Hedwig? Oh! Yes, of course. She's a bestia! Oh yeah, you just went through that chapter. Oh, vaguely, what did you think of the plot twist? I handed the sword back to her gingerly. I didn't want to let go. The crackling energy didn't subside, thankfully. Damn! Look at her! Oh, so that's Adela. All stanced up. It was neat. You liked the vagueness from earlier. Oh, like recontextualizing the previous stuff. Oh, you saw it coming? I didn't, but maybe I'm silly. I don't know. But, oops. But I will say, I was rereading a bit of that when I was capturing footage for my video. And, all of the foreshadowing checks out, I'll say. So I feel a little silly. I mean, I didn't know the character then, but I did feel a little silly for, like, being completely blindsided by the identity, I'll just say. Wait, let me... I handed the sword back to her gingerly. I didn't want to let go. The crackling energy didn't subside, thankfully. Adela took her turn next. She began her assault on the cask in front of her with a violent thrust into the dead center of the lid, as if she were attempting to pierce a wooden shield. Hydrate! Yes, with sherry. Alright, stretch. Stretching. Ooh, stretching. Ooh, oh, oh, ow, ow, ow. My arms, my shoulders. I needed the stretch apparently. Ooh. Whew. All right. Good stretchies, yes. Thank you. The tip of the blade wedged itself between two of the planks, and she pressed forward with a slight twist. The entire lid buckled and split apart immediately. Adela was covered head to toe by the red sherry. It's like everybody's getting covered in blood. We're filling this abbey with blood. She giggled, then held the sword aloft similar to the way Eustace had, and gave a mighty war cry. Ah! That is how it is done! Catherine's blood. Ah! Everybody killed her! The sisters present all clapped for the expert swordswoman. And she gave a little bow and held the sword out for the next contestant. Catherine... Look at Catherine. This is a great drawing of her. She's like, I'm gonna serve. Catherine stepped forward. The end of her cloak drifted atop a flood of wine that was spreading rapidly outward from our position. I suppose tomorrow will be a laundry day. We might need to get new frocks. It's worth it. One by one, the rest of the sisters attacked their designated wine casks. Catherine opened with a horizontal swing that the rest of us instinctively ducked. She apologized and instead popped her cask with a wicked diagonal strike that crushed the angle where the lid and rim met. She hacked away at this opening until the lid splintered apart completely. Moira's turn took a moment to get going. Oh, look at Moira! Damn, Moira's kinda... She's kinda thick with two C's. Moira's turn took a moment to get going. Whereas I had been surprised at how light the sword felt. She clearly found it rather heavy. It was somewhat comical when she took the sword from Catherine and nearly fell over when the taller woman let go. Oh, Moira's got weak wrists. She's just like me for real. She chopped away at the top of her barrel as if she was splitting firewood. It took some doing, but she got there eventually, and we all clapped and cheered as she gave us a slightly embarrassed bow. Eustace dispatched her cask with shocking efficiency, however. I'm not surprised. Alright, hey, we get to see everybody's sword techniques. Well, not everybody, but a lot of people's sword techniques, right? So we can, think about it. In 7 rhythmic strikes. Left, right, top, thrust. She completely shattered the lid. Damn! Going at it like a Fire Emblem sword master. She hit it more times than Adela, but both of them were easily the most practiced. Darcy held her sword by the blade when she stepped up, prompting all of us to rush forward to stop her. Konami coded that barrel, I know. All save for Adela, who began arguing that this was a perfectly valid technique. But Darcy's little hands when the impact happens. You'll hurt yourself. I wrap my hands in my sleeves. It will work. A pommel strike is actually very efficient, especially against these barrels. Darcy is not a soldier. She's going to... Darcy gave the bung of the barrel a surprisingly swift bat with the rounded bottom of the sword handle while the others were arguing. It popped free instantly, spraying everyone with sour-smelling sherry. Easy. GG easy. Eustace gave her friend a withering look. Good work, Darce. I told you! Margaret, it's your turn. Catherine had to call across the room to get Matt. Oh my god. Sippy. Catherine had to call across the room to get Margaret's attention. I had not noticed that she had wandered so far afield. Margaret? Margaret did not answer. She was sitting on the bottom of the staircase back up to the cloister, her head buried in her arms. Margaret? What were those two talking about? Perhaps she dozed off? It is rather late. And she volunteered to ring the bell tomorrow. However, Margaret was not asleep. She lifted her head up from the depths of her cloak and stared at us balefully with glistening eyes. Margaret! Oh no! A fine vintage. Wine is a mocker, a strong drink and a brawler. Okay. Margaret was crying! Margaret was crying! She knows something. I swear to God, she knows something. She is like the only one who didn't raise a death flag recently. I wanted to say something to apologize, even though I had no idea what I would be apologizing for. Something about this impromptu cask-smashing ritual bothered her, although I had no idea what had prompted a reaction this strong. Marta was closely connected to the wine after all, and she had merely given us all a stern goodbye. Margaret looked to be in pieces, however. I felt awful. I did not get a chance to say anything, though. Catherine coaxed her friend away privately, and they disappeared up the staircase into the darkness, while the rest of us said awkward farewells. A long night. Everybody's covered in wine and it looks like blood stains. A long night, I think. Was smashing all those a bit... Oh my god, they all look like they're covered in blood. Was smashing all those a bit... gauche? Disrespectful to Catherine's memory, perhaps? I didn't intend it that way. Hopefully she understands that. It was a good idea, Sister Eustace. We climbed the staircase together, then turned back toward the cellars to admire our handiwork. Moira started giggling. The Superior is going to kill us. Let her try. That was the most spiritually satisfying thing I've done in ages. Ah! Sister Flora! What about Flora? What about Flora? She did not get the chance to join us. It was her actions that inspired the whole exercise. We should find her. I mean, there is a cask left, right? Because Sister Margaret left, right? So there's still a barrel. There's one cask of Catherine's awful sherry left, I believe. I suppose it'd only be fair. Good thinking. I'll check the cloister and the garden. Maybe she's just getting some fresh air. I will scour the dorms and kitchens. I'll make a round of the grounds. Hedwig? I'll search wherever is left. The chapel? Adela can cover the chapel. That's closer to the kitchens. You should check the rest of the upstairs, maybe? The hallways and such? By my old cell? Exactly. Let's meet back here once we're finished looking, eh? I did not adore this idea, but I wasn't about to argue with Eustace in front of Adela and Moira. We traipsed up the stairs and went our separate ways. Eustace was still carrying the sword with her, swinging it idly at her side as if it were any old thing. As I found myself alone in the dark passageways, I began to wish I had a weapon as well. That hot rush of power holding that sword had provided had rapidly dissolved in the cold night air. I walked down the hall toward the intersection I had seen Eustace's horrible ghost visage with caution. The wind was picking up. I could hear that big door rattling again in the distance. I thought about peeking outside, but there was no chance that Flora was out on the wall when it was this cold and windy. That's how I excused myself, anyway. In truth, I did not want to be startled by the door slamming again. Flora? I turned the corner away from the door. Flora! I could hear something strange underneath the wind. It was higher pitched and irregular in rhythm. It came from down the dark passageway to my cell. I braved a few steps forward to confirm it. I was sure of it. The sound got louder the further I walked. The hair on the back of my neck stood up straight. If Eustace was busy in the garden, then there was no way this could be a tired retread of her old jokes. It was an unearthly wail. It echoed around the whole hall, bouncing from wall to wall, pillar to pillar. I thought about the passageway Margaret had shown me. Demonic circle etched into the stone. Ah! The bar guest! I could not bear it one moment longer. I turned tail and sprinted out of the hall. Whatever that noise was, I told myself, it couldn't have been her. What the heck? No joy? Eustace was already waiting when I arrived back at the cellar staircase. I shook my head as I came to a stop. Nothing, I'm afraid. I couldn't find her either. It's too dark to see out there without a proper torch. And all I had was a little candle. I doubt she's outside at all, to be honest. It's too damn cold. It is, isn't it? We stood in silence for a moment. I trust tonight gave you some catharsis? Oh! Very much so. Holding that sword, she was like, oh, yeah! Good. I think we can call that the end of it. She looked down the stairs into the darkness. Goodbye, Catherine. I didn't know what to say. She had pivoted from slightly threatening to slightly forlorn so quickly I had no recourse. I think breaking the casks was a very sweet idea. Do you? That's good. I didn't take you as someone for impromptu ritual. No, but this felt right. It did, didn't it? I said whatever I could to steer the conversation away from where this started. I wanted Eustace to be satisfied that I would adhere to her request to stop searching. I did not want to have to lie about it out loud again. Adela arrived next. She was alone as well. I could not find her. Me either. Moira was just behind Adela, jogging back to our meeting spot. Oh well, we tried. That's likely good enough. Agreed. I would have felt bad if we did not at least make an effort. I do hope she's somewhere safe. This is a big abbey, and she is a crafty young woman. I am not worried. She is sulking. She probably does not want to be found. True. It's very late. We should call it a night. Flora will find her way to bed, I'm sure. The Superior is already going to have a conniption when she sees the state of the cellars. I dread to think what she'll do if we all sleep through service. Yes, we can't miss service. Eustace looking at Hedwig like a megamind, no joy. I know, right? That was such a interesting thing to say. Why did she say that? No joy. We all walked upstairs back to the dorms in silence. We all said our goodnights in the dorm hall and retired to our separate rooms. For once, I fell asleep swiftly, but morning came far too soon. I think sleeping at all made things worse for me, truth be told. Not sure you picked it up from? Do you say it when you're searching for something? Have you ever had that experience? I can stay awake for quite a long time if I have to. But if I fall asleep, I need a proper full night of rest. I groaned when I woke up. I don't know how long I had even managed to sleep for. I got dressed and stuck my head out into the hallway, and my heart sank. There was no activity in the hall, and a few doors were ajar. I was late for service. I scurried down the stairs as quickly as I could. The rain clouds that had been looming last night had finally broken. Yeah, generally, you're asking how someone attempting something went. No joy? Interesting. I could see a dotted black line of nuns entering the chapel ahead of me. I thank God that I wasn't too late. As I made my way inside, I sensed that the mood was grim. Did somebody get murdered? I looked around at everyone. Nobody can find Flora. The sisters looked slightly haggard and paler than usual. Nobody was speaking. I did not see Flora anywhere. Uh-oh. My heart sank. She ran away! I bet she ran away. Margaret was sitting near the front of the chapel, her head resting on her closed fists. She had evidently gotten here first. Yeah, because she was ringing the bell. I'm sorry, everyone. I volunteered to ring the bells this morning, but I forgot. She was staring straight ahead at something. Everyone looked so upset. I half expected to see a dead body lying on the altar as I got closer. However, Margaret was staring dead ahead at a crumpled pile of wooden wreckage sitting on the floor in front of her. The portative organ. Oh, Margaret. I was trying to fix it. Oh, God. Margaret's no good, very bad 48 hours. there was this piece that Catherine and I would always take out for a laugh, I know you all know. And I thought to myself recently, this joke is wearing a bit thin. Maybe it's not the best time. I came back here to pop the missing piece back in and crash. Nobody spoke. Are you going to tell her? God, no. If one of you wants to sell me out, feel free. But I'm not going to get myself in trouble. The gathered sisters awkwardly took their seats in the pews. Oh, God. Now we gotta have the whole, like, dread of waiting for the Mother Superior to show up and see that her organ is destroyed. We waited for a while, listening to the sound of the rain. I was trying to do something nice, and then it fell. Can't complain, I suppose. The door finally swung open again. I turned around to see— oh shit! Oh shit! I turned around to see the bishop holding it open for the superior. She glowered as she strode forward. Uh-oh. Each of her footsteps echoed with a terrible and heavy thud against the chapel floor. After what felt like hours, she stopped in the middle of the room to address the women sitting in the pews. Sister Flora is missing. If anyone would like to claim credit for hiding her away somewhere, I would ask that you speak up now. I will be just and fair. I understand that this would not be the first time a practical joke went too far. Nobody spoke. I assume the mess in the cellars has something to do with it. I am offering clemency. Will nobody take responsibility for their actions? Very well. Should your consciences recover, you may claim some decency by confessing to me privately in my office after service. She looked around the chapel sternly. Everyone averted their gaze. With a sharp sigh, she moved forward toward the altar. Oh God, this is so... Each footstep echoed terribly in my head. I could see Margaret tensing up ahead of me. There was a pause. Oh, hell! Everyone jumped. The superior had seen the portative organ. She flew up the steps to the altar in a rage. Margaret! Catherine! Which one of you was it? Silence. Eustace? Who did it? I know it was one of you! The room was utterly airless. It had to be someone here. We don't have ghosts here. Nor spirits, bar guests, or any other devilish creatures. I know it had to be someone in this room. Who else could it have been, You all protect each other. Don't for 1 second think I cannot see it. I scarcely know this place anymore. You all hide every aspect of it from me. It matters not if it's a missing bread roll, or a piece of my portative organ, or a murdered sister! Superior, are you not feeling well? No, Sister Moira, I am not feeling well. My youngest charge is missing. I pray to God that she hasn't met the same fate as Sister Catherine. And do you know why I pray? Because I have a congregation of rats gnawing at my ankles. There's nothing you will allow me to do. I am supposed to be in charge. I am Mother Superior. But I understand who is really in control here. It is not me. It is all of you. Each and every one of you spends your days trying to find the cleverest little ways to defy my wishes and orders. Perhaps we should take a moment to calm ourselves. Perhaps try to put this instrument of yours back together. I'm sure this young sister is simply playing truant. The superior raised a silencing hand to the bishop, who looked dismayed. Is it very hard, living here? Is it so difficult, not having to want for anything? To not have to throw yourselves at some awful man, or beg for money on the street? This place gives you everything. I give you everything. But it's never enough. You all have the run of the place for almost every hour of every day. But the barest of responsibilities, the smallest courtesies, are too great an ask for you. Crash out of the year, I know, right? She is crashing out. Oh no! You could not possibly spend 30 miserable minutes listening to some liturgical music! You undoubtedly all have pressing plans today. I am certain they're important. Drinking yourselves to a stupor in the Misericorde, perhaps? Or are you all waiting to dance around Flora's body trussed up like a maypole? I have turned a blind eye to all manner of vices in my tenure here. Do not pretend I am unaware. Manly, selfish sodomites, the lot of you! Damn, called them manly. How will they ever recover? She loomed over the altar, breathing raggedly. Her eyes darted between all of the women present, who squirmed uncomfortably and looked away. I just can't bear being treated this way any longer. Could any of you? How many of you could stand to live the way you all conspired to make me live? I took a peek into the cellars this morning. Broken barrels, wine all over the floor. It stunk to high heaven. I could deal with that on its own. I wouldn't stop you all from having your fun. But where is Flora? What happened? Will no one come forward? Very well. She stepped down from the altar. The bishop made to follow her. He looked gravely concerned. The superior looked straight ahead as she strode defiantly out of the chapel. Service is concluded. Do whatever you like. Mabel. The bishop turned around as he reached the door. He shot an apologetic glance around the room, then bounded after the superior as they swung shut. We were left in the dark. Sorry. I was a bit preoccupied last night. Where is Flora? An uneasy feeling was starting to build in the room. We don't know. We looked for her last night after everyone left the cellar. We thought she should have a turn smashing the barrels with us. Don't you dare blame me! I wouldn't dream of it. I don't like this. Me either. If she left of her own accord, Flora is responsible for her own choices. She may be the youngest of us, but she is 19 years of age. Flora would have a family by now if she were not here. Oh, God. Responsibilities. She ran off after Marta hit her. Don't you dare blame me for this! I wouldn't dream of it. Thank you for setting me straight, Eustace. I merely assumed, as I was not there. Are you really going to make this? Are you really going to make this about your lack of an invitation? As if you would have enjoyed it. That is not what we are discussing. No, but you thought you could sneak in a complaint or two because you're an annoying Quiet! Charity had stepped up to the altar. Ooh, she almost C-worded her. She looked rather commanding and deadly serious. Sister Charity, listen to yourselves. There's only one thing that should be on anyone's mind right now. Finding Sister Flora. Her question was met with unanimous mumble of acknowledgement. I was thinking that. I was like, there could be a little more of a sense of urgency here from everybody. Last night it sounds like a few people poked around looking for her. But now all of us are here. No fighting now. We're all on the same side, aren't we? Let's split up and search this whole damn place for our Flora. At the very least, I want to be able to show the Superior we can take care of our own. Another approving murmur. What was that passage Catherine liked to quote at times like this? Facta est autem, et contentio inter eos, quis eorum videritur esse major. I was taken aback. What on earth did Luke have to do with this? Nevertheless, I was impressed with the ease with which Eustace recited the scripture. At illi dixerunt, Domine, ecce duo gladi hic, et ille dixit eis, satis est. Everyone else murmured satis est along with her. That is enough. Lovely. Off we go then. We all filed out of the church. There was no joy is a British colloquialism that gained popularity after the RAF started using it in World War II to signify that they could not see the enemy. And it was assumed from the pilots took it from fox hunting along with tally-ho. Yeah, but okay, that's I assumed it was British. But also, why those words? Also, why tally-ho from fox hunting? Like, why those words? Anyway. Oh, oops. We all filed out of the church. There was an odd energy about, a sense of purpose. I was not entirely sure what had just transpired. I was turning those words from Luke over and over in my head as we began spreading throughout the cloister. Why that passage? What did those words mean to these women? And what did they have to do with finding a missing girl? I was baffled, but I was at least relieved to be free from the confines of the chapel. I decided to begin my search in the garden. Most of the others, it seemed, were headed towards the main building. I really did hope Flora was safe. But right now, I just wanted to be alone. I had had quite enough group discussion for one morning. Even in the rain, the flowers were quite lovely. They bounced up and down as the raindrops hit them. There was a faint and pleasant rustling all throughout the grounds. I walked up and down the hedgerows. I was not sure what to expect. Would Flora jump out from behind a bush? Was I likely to find her sulking in a bed of carrots? I began to feel quite guilty. I wasn't helping. I was taking a relaxing stroll amongst the flowers. I mean, in the rain, girl. I know you like rain, but... Yeah! Oh no, the kitty's out in the rain. You gotta rescue it. It's Nero! Campy had emerged from beneath a thicket in front of me. It's Nero! Seemingly unbothered by the rain, it sat in my path and leveled a curious stare my way. Go on. Shoot. You'll catch cold in this weather. Do cats catch colds? Well, she already found a witch's familiar, so... The cat flicked its tail back and forth and stared at me. It looked thoughtful. I felt like I was being sized up. I suppose I should thank you. You took the blame for the ink bottle, after all. Yes, I was losing my grips on things a bit, wasn't I? Talking to a cat. What was I thinking? It's okay, Hedwig, we all talk to cats. It seemed to understand me, however. Because vermin share a secret language. Don't say that about yourself! It walked forward and rubbed itself against my ankles, disappearing under my robe for a moment. You've been chosen! Campy likes you! Oh, don't touch me. I hopped to the side. The little creature trotted back to where it had been sitting before, only this time it didn't look at me. It turned its gaze up into the air and began to make an unpleasant chittering sound. Ooh, it sees a bird or something. I tilted my head up to see what it was looking at. I half expected to see those mysterious pennants again, but there was nothing. Only rain clouds and passing birds. Yeah, she's chittering at the birds. She wants to eat the birds. When I looked down, the cat was gone. I sighed and peered to the sky once more, and just in case I'd missed whatever the little creature had seen, it was the birds. This girl. There was nothing amidst the clouds. However, out of the corner of my eye, I saw something on the parapet overlooking the garden. Not again! There it was again, looking straight at me. Ah! I bolted back the way I had come, through the bushes and hedges. I hoped I could disappear in the flowers. When I stopped to catch my breath, I looked back at the building in the distance. It was gone. I was safe from whatever it was. For the time being, anyway. Enjoy the violets while you can. It'll snow soon. Oh! Hello, Eustace? Well, Eustace couldn't have been that. Has Flora been found? No. I just needed a break. I've been all around the grounds. Then I went to look in the library, but it's been locked since last night. No way Flora could be in there, thankfully. I was expecting to find her scribbling rude drawings into your chronicles. I'm not worried about that. I doubt anyone would want to tamper with my writing. Eustace pantomimed a mock shiver. Horrible. I always worry about that. Hours of work undone. Right. Well, a break can do a lot of good. Perhaps we'll think of somewhere else to look. We stood and admired the flowers together. I've been meaning to ask you, how are you taking to chronicling? I can't help but notice that you still tend to finish quite early. Oh, it's been no problem. I'm sure I'll come into my own once I've had a little more time practicing the fundamentals. Oh. As long as nothing's bothering you. I know we made up on the cart ride, but... Oh no, not at all. I haven't given our little spat a second thought. Well, that's good. I really am sorry about all that. Her expression stayed as inscrutable as ever. There's no need. Sister Eustace, I have been sad about something else. Flora will turn up. No, it's not that. I'm afraid Sister Catherine II. She has not left my thoughts, even though I was not party to the event. Forgive me if I'm going in circles here, but I've still been hearing so much about her, but at the same time, very little. If that makes any sort of sense. It does. Although it doesn't surprise me. You weren't here. I mean, you were, but you weren't. You don't really understand what she meant to us. You should be glad of that. Keep it that way. Hedwig, you must be exceedingly careful. This isn't the first time you've cautioned me. What do you really mean? I don't think I need to say more. I am afraid you must. Eustace gave me a piercing look for a few moments, but then relented with a small sigh. Listen, I don't intend to be rude about it. You and I are very similar in some regards. Were you anchored at some point? No. But we both bristle easily at misunderstanding, don't we? I cannot disagree. Conversation is difficult. I understand. I can sense the questions you're dancing around while talking to me, hoping that I'll answer without you asking. I just don't want you to wander into a situation you can't handle with someone else here. I can't fault your curiosity, but you must understand that losing Catherine II was shocking in many ways, for many people, for many reasons. Reasons that someone not deeply embedded in Lynn could never understand. And you're worried I'll upset someone? More or less. I'm only trying to help you. I keep finding you swinging sticks around wasps' nests. Do I come across that way? A little girl swinging a toy sword around? Yes. The superior meant well, but she had a bit too much faith in her own clever idea, I think. I was able to figure out what you were up to. Someone else might catch up. How can I not ask after Catherine? She is nowhere, but she is everywhere. She has been brought up to me several times without me asking. She's inescapable. Even if I wasn't charged to investigate her death, I would have heard about her, and I would have been curious. I never even saw her body. I have no idea what she looked like. But nonetheless, everyone here has painted a picture of her in my mind. Listen, if it helps, you can just ask me. Ask anything you'd like. You don't have to try and bait it out of me. What happened? The day it all happened. Well, I had gotten up early to do some work in the library. Sister Charity found the body on her morning walk. She was beside herself. Catherine's body was in the middle of the cloister. She'd been beheaded, although later we'd discover that wasn't her only wound. Evidently, there was a struggle between her and her attacker. Of course, we didn't have time to sit around and speculate. Marta comforted Charity, while the rest of us scrambled around looking for the killer. I checked upstairs, in the Misericorde and library. I reasoned that those might be good hiding places. I remember Darcy checked the dormitories. It was a day like any other. It felt strange. As if we were all still working as normal, off doing our separate tasks. It was still just a morning at the Abbey. When I couldn't find anyone in the library, I went downstairs to the Superior's office. Apparently I was the first to think of letting her know. Oh my god, that's awful. Nobody thought of telling her before then? She and Angela were still preparing for the morning's liturgy, but as soon as I told her what was happening, she joined the search. Eventually, we ran out of places to look that weren't already covered. I remember passing Adela coming up from the cellars, shaking her head. The Superior Moira and I attended to the body, while the search continued throughout the grounds. We took Catherine's body into the chapel and laid her under the altar, and covered her with a blanket until we could arrange a burial. It is probably for the best that Moira and I handled it. I think the two of us have the strongest constitutions out of anyone here. Eventually, Sister Angela hauled a young man in on his of course it was Angela, who I vaguely recognized as being our delivery boy. She said that she found him hiding in the east grounds. I stressed that it was normal for him to be here in the mornings and that the commotion could have just scared him. But then Darcy wandered in holding his traveling cloak. It was covered in blood. She said that she had seen it in his cart. And that was that. The Superior and Moira dragged the fellow to the hospitalum, and here we are, with a new chronicler. They took him straight to the hospitalum immediately. Everyone looked ready to tear him to pieces. You should have heard what some of the sisters were shouting as the Superior left. It just doesn't seem right. Although I suppose it was better to lock him away in a dungeon than leave him at everyone's mercy. I spoke to him, you know, in the hospitalum. I know he could be a simple liar, but he pleaded so earnestly. It felt so strange. It doesn't feel right to keep him there. Why does the hospitalum have a dungeon? Eustace's eyes narrowed. She stepped towards me without warning, pushing me into the flower bush uncomfortably. Hedwig, listen to me very closely. I thought I had made it clear, but apparently I am not getting through. Be careful. She had me by the scruff of my robe. Even though she was slightly shorter than me, I felt terribly threatened. Girl, you gotta be clearer than that. Why can't you trust me? I am doing everything in my power to help you. Flora wasn't careful, and look where we are now. I do not want to see anyone else get hurt. But doesn't that imply Flora's hurt? I do not want to see you fall victim to your own meddling. I need you to stay out of this. I don't know what you're talking about. Eustace, stay out of it. Leave it alone. Damn. Maybe she asked a good question. I mean, she didn't even get to the question about how the sword left your possession, Eustace. Her words seemed to echo around the garden for a few moments. Her demand even scared some of the birds away. Noted a couple oddities. Yeah. I wonder what Catherine's reaction was like at the moment. I mean, she was trying to hide their relationship, but... But then again, Catherine could have been lying and may have had a different motive for, trying to protect James, but apparently not loudly enough to everybody else in the moment. I don't know. I mean... The only possible motive I could think of for Catherine to lie about James is if she was the killer, and it would be like worse for her to be found as an adulterer than a killer. Unless they were in on something else together, I don't know. Her demand even scared some of the birds away. Finally, she stepped off. She brushed off her robe, still looking at me intensely. You have to trust me. Whatever the superior is putting you up to, you need to stop it. Please don't misunderstand me, Hedwig. I am on your side. Do you believe James killed her? Hedwig. Do you believe it? No. Then surely you understand that I can't just... I can sympathize, but you need to let it go. Are you trying to find the truth as well? Maybe we can work together. The most helpful thing you can do right now is nothing at all. If Flora can't be in the library this morning because it's been locked up all night, why would Eustace think the killer could hide in the library? Oh. And someone else, I think it was Angela, already said that Charity doesn't take morning walks. Yeah. True. True. So you're just going to let him take the blame? You'd let Catherine die in vain? You are treading on dangerous ground. Do you think me uncaring? Do you think this is easy? I think Catherine would have wanted justice to be done. You don't know a fucking thing about Sister Catherine! Not a thing. So don't pretend you know anything about what she would have wanted, or what justice for her would look like. I know plenty. I know she was good at chess. I know she was a sharp reader, and I know she had a keen sense of what is and isn't fair. I heard about her letters to France, and her thoughts on money. I know she fancied herself a warrior, and tried to teach you all how to fight. I know she wanted everyone to try new things and think about what they could do with their time on God's earth. And I know she liked plays. All of that is correct. But it's like you said before. You know so much, but altogether, very, very little. Well then, what am I missing? I know that she's someone who wouldn't just be left in the lurch by her friends. I know people loved her. Surely that's enough. That is only half of it. Hedwig, think about it. Everyone here loved her, is that it? Has everyone been sharing stories about how wonderful she is? Of course. And you don't believe James killed her? You don't believe it was some random murder? Neither do you. And that's just it. Hedwig, if that man didn't kill her, then someone here did. Not a ghost, not a bear, one of the sisters here. And that means the things people loved about her, that's only half the story. You're saying someone is lying to me? You will never find an answer, because you will never fully grasp what her relationships here were like. I just want the truth. For her sake. Eustace began to chuckle, and then laugh heartily. I was stunned. This is in very poor taste. I'm not laughing at you. What's gotten into you? How could I possibly convey everything I know that you don't? The idea that you'd understand is just... Oh, yes, you're very proud of how intelligent you are, aren't you? The very thought of explaining what I know to someone who wasn't there. You didn't see her lying there. You can't possibly know. Eustace? She was doubled over laughing now. It was a disturbing sight, to say the least. But it was her words that truly got under my skin. You didn't see your friend covered in blood? What would you know about it? All you've ever done is read books. All you ever do is speculate. You're poking around in stories you have no stake in. Events you weren't there for, isn't that right? Are you quite alright? You don't even know what she looked like! I saw her! With my own eyes! Her head in her hands! Blood all over the place. I cleaned it all up. I was her dearest confidant, and I couldn't stop it. And you think you could do better? I didn't mean to. I didn't know what to do. I tried my best to assume a comforting stance, some sort of embrace, although my arms never made it around Eustace's body. She jerked her head back and began to dry heave between her humorless, maniacal laughs. Oh no, Eustace! Oh God! I carried her by her legs with Moira like two ale wenches carrying a drunkard home. Her head kept falling off. Can you imagine it? Your friend's severed head rolling off of her chest, bouncing on the stone, over and over, down the chapel's front stairs. Stop it! You've made your point. And you know what? For as brave a face as I put on, as stoic as I have to stay even now, even I could not shake the feeling that even through her dead eyes, that she was looking straight at me. Stop! How perfectly horrible it all was. Just the idea is devastating. Is it? Well, I saw it. I touched it. I was there. Her hollow laughs had given way to bitter, dry sobs. I tried to pat her on the back, or something of the sort, anything that might comfort her. But she stood up straight as soon as I touched her, brushing me away. Promise me. Promise me you will stay out of it. Please. Eustace. This mess, it's too much for me to bear. And I do understand the extent of it all. I was present for the whole affair, and I can't bring myself to do anything about it. Does that mean you were there for the whole murder, Eustace, and that's why the sword went out? Huh? I don't know who could be watching. I don't know what else might happen. Maybe that's why I can help. Why I should help. Eustace shook her head. No, there's nothing you can do. Nothing? You don't know how much progress I've already made. It can't be much if you're still standing here. What's that supposed to mean? Whatever sort of conspiracy is playing out here, it would have to be all-consuming. I knew the instant the Superior announced you'd be joining us that it must have something to do with Catherine. If it was that obvious to me. I know that I'm being watched. I have seen someone. Perhaps more than one person. I can't know for certain. Figures in the shadows. That's always been me. No, it wasn't! It happened just now! My stupid practical joke. I did that. To scare you off. But it didn't work clearly. Maybe some of them. But I know it hasn't always been you. And before this is all an elaborate prank, Catherine convinced everyone to play on the funny little anchoress. That would be... to break her sacred vow, too? That's just cruel. Oh, man. How? How could you possibly convince yourself of such a ridiculous... Because I just saw them. She suddenly went very pale. You. On the top of the wall. Not a quarter of an hour ago. Unless you can be in two places at once. It couldn't possibly have been you. Eustace wiped her face with her sleeve. Maybe that was someone else I put up to it to scare you. Maybe this is all another trick of mine. I do not believe it is. Then you should take my warnings even more seriously. Are there ghosts here? Devils? I don't know. But I know there is some malevolence at work in this place that is real. It is hurting people. Killing them. And I am trying to help you to stay out of its gaze. Your concern is noted. I know there is a dark force at work in this place. It killed Catherine, and it's taken Flora. On that, we can agree. But I'm not just doing this for the Superior. If Flora never showed her face in here again, how would you feel? If you have any decency, you must feel wretched just imagining it. I feel that way without Catherine, and I never met her. All I have is one of her books and some of your stories. So I know you must feel worse than I do. I'm scared witless by the shadow I worry is creeping in the shadows. But it would be worse to ignore it. And I'm not going to let it stop me. Not them, nor you. I will not let the devil win. I held no blade in my hands, but at that moment I felt like I could have taken on an army by myself. Let's go! Hedwig aura farming. I breezed past the dumbfounded Eustace back towards the Abbey. I put her behind me and walked as fast as I could. That was a hell of a scene. Man. A few hells of scenes back to back. I could hear her shouting behind me as I put distance between us. Eustace, Angela, the Superior, they were all making demands of me. But I served one, and one alone. God. Hedwig! Leave it be! Leave it alone! Hedwig! Listen to me! He's... Eustace is the Walter White in the car meme right now. Hedwig! Hedwig! Hank! Hank! Oh, you're gonna make the meme? You're gonna make the meme? You're gonna put Walter White in a wimple? And round glasses? I guess he already has glasses. I don't know if he has glasses on in that scene, but... The search continued well into the evening. As darkness fell, the weather turned foul. It was pouring now, and the stone walls rumbled as rolling thunder shook the mountain itself. Well, if Flora did run away, she's not doing great right now, I assume. I don't think she could have gone to the I don't know if she would have been able to safely make it to town on foot by the time the rain started. And stone walls rumbled as the rolling thunder shook the mountain itself. We had all gathered in the chapel again. From a quick glance around the room, I gathered that everyone had returned empty-handed. Charity took the altar again, looking grim. Yeah, but it's completely dark. Like, and it's a steep hill. Like, that's why I say safely. Yeah. I think if it was like a regular day, she would, or a regular, I don't know. If it was daytime, she could have made it. But it was like past midnight by the time she ran or something. Charity took the altar again, looking grim. No joy? There it is again. That is rather worrying. We've looked everywhere. Moira's still not... She didn't even wash her face or hands. I know it's probably just the one sprite, but it's still funny to think about. I explored places I had never been before. Everyone had put in a lot of work, it seemed. There had been no time to relax or get changed. Something is compelling me about the little chubby sister Charity sitting at the altar. There had been no time to relax or get changed. Some of our frocks were still covered in wine. So we simply have to imagine that their faces and hands are clean. It would have been motivating had the situation been slightly less grim. The determination I had felt after my conversation with Eustace was being tested. I wanted to blurt out that I had a good idea of where Flora might be. We could all walk down that hallway together. Surely there was nothing so frightening down there that nearly a dozen women could not face. But if someone here was responsible for some grand plan that I did not understand, would I just be putting Flora in more danger? Would I be placing myself in harm's way? Appearing too observant? Too clever? I could make myself the next target if I spoke up now. I tried not to think about which of these two arguments swayed me more. Stressing over my plan was putting my stomach in knots. I hoped someone else might suggest what I could not. That was never going to happen. My cell was not and had never been on anyone's mind. Ducks! They're all dead! Eustace killed them all! My cell had never been in any of these women's hearts. As I looked around the room, I noticed that Marta was standing off to the side of the chapel alone. She looked gaunt and weak. I had been consistently surprised by her vigor up until now. But for the first time, she looked her age. Well... Is there anywhere that has not been scoured? Speak up, speak up. The cellars, the croft. Those were my first ideas. I see. And I know Adela looked in the same places after I did. I think that all of us may have individually checked everywhere, one after the other. We've all doubled up. I do not doubt that people have put their back into it, just... Oh, I am worried. I really hope she is safe. If only we had looked a little harder last night. It's not your fault. Missing for one night, that's just acting out. Missing for 2 nights. We have done everything we can today, I'm afraid. I think we all need to rest and try again tomorrow. My feet are killing me. No! We have to keep looking! I understand how seriously we're all taking this, but We should take a breather. Girl! The Croft are, and were the tombs raided? I guess they'd have to check. Girl, Hedwig, it is... This is a perfectly natural time in the conversation to be like, well, I got scared and didn't really look at my old cell area very thoroughly. So maybe we could all team up and go. You should bring it up. You've got an opportunity. A night's sleep is what we all need right now. We'll expand out beyond the grounds tomorrow, I think. I don't need any of you falling asleep and rolling down the hill. Flora missing is quite enough, thank you. Everyone seemed to agree, albeit reluctantly. When I had left Eustace in the garden, a plan had formed in my mind. I had a sneaking suspicion where Flora was, but I dared not share it with the rest of the sisters. There was a place I was certain nobody had checked. A place I knew even Margaret had likely avoided, even if she had considered it. The thought terrified me, but I knew I had to check. For Flora's sake. Alright. Hedwig! Hedwig! It's cute. It's cute. Hedwig! Hedwig! You're gonna get yourself killed, Hedwig! We all filed out of the chapel back towards the dorms through the storm. I really hope she isn't out in this weather. If she is, I would wager she is safe. She is young and resourceful. Remember when Catherine taught us all how to make fires? I do. You're right. She's probably having a more comfortable night than us. Adela rubbed Moira's shoulder reassuringly, then broke off to go and talk to Angela. Should someone tell the superior what we did today? I wouldn't. I went to try and talk to her earlier, and I could hear her sobbing. Even through that thick door of hers. I imagine she's been getting shouted at by the bishop all day. I don't think we should talk to her until we have good news. Oh dear. Oh dear. The moment I sat down on my bed, I had a sinking feeling that I was not going to be able to sleep before I got a chance to test my theory. Then do it! I could just sense it. No, my bones told me. I sighed and rolled onto my back, fully dressed. I stared at the ceiling for a while. Thick stone walls gave us a great deal of privacy. I had to strain to hear the slightest indication that the others were getting ready for bed. I thought about cracking open the copy of Medea that Catherine had written for me, but I remembered the subject matter and decided now was not the right time. I said a little prayer, asking for some guidance. No wisdom came to me. But then I sheepishly remembered that I had been granted an entire vision not long ago. As always, I was asking far too much and doing far too little. For at least an hour, I stewed in my own thoughts. I tossed and turned, trying to find a position in my bed that didn't get uncomfortable after a few minutes. I scratched itches that weren't really there, and attempted to fluff my pillow into a shape that would grant me sleep the instant my head touched it. I had just started getting comfortable, I swear, when I heard a strange sound carrying on outside my door. I hopped out of bed and stepped out into the hall. It was almost pitch black out here, save for the embers pulsing in the fireplace. Nobody else, it seemed, was bothered enough by the noise to poke their head out like I had. I sighed. I hoped, dimly, that it had been Flora returning to her dorm. I retrieved and lit a candle from the mantelpiece. There was no use torturing myself in bed any longer. Now, which room was Flora's? I knew Catherine's room was right next to mine and had the squeaking door. I remembered Moira's room had inky paw prints leading out of it next to Catherine's. Darcy's was on the very end of my row, closest to the hearth. I chanced the door I couldn't place. I felt so nosy, but if I could spare myself a horrid adventure into that hall. Ever so gently, I pushed the unfamiliar door with my finger. I realized this was not a particularly wise idea. The door swung inwards. Not only was it rude, it was conspicuous. I pushed this door just a little more before thinking better of it. Just before I relented, however, I caught something odd. I could hear at least 2 people breathing on the other side of the door. They must have been discussing where else to look for Flora, I reasoned, and gone late into the night out of concern. Or perhaps a darker voice in the back of my head suggested they had been scheming on what cruelties to enact on her next. Just then I heard a startling sound. It had come from far away, but even so, it was blood-curdling. I scampered out of the dormitories and onto the landing. I did my best to steel myself. If only I had thought to demand Eustace lend me the sword when I had found the courage to stand up to her in the garden. The pricket would have to do. I heard it again. This time it was mixed with that same hair-raising whine I had heard in my cell's hallway. My heart stopped. That was definitely a woman yelling. Screaming? I panicked. Was I too late? I had not told any of the others about my theory. Flora was hiding in my old cell. None of them could know. If Flora was the target of someone's dark machinations the way Catherine had been, I had to be the one to find her. I picked up my pace and jogged towards the dark hallway crossing. The huge door was rattling in the wind again, but that wasn't the source of the sound I was chasing. It was definitely coming from the darkest hall, the one my cell was in. That one that evil sigil was in. I froze for a moment, unsure of what to do. The pride I had felt in deducing the one place nobody would have thought to check had been enough to make me forget about that. The pricket spike could defend me in a pinch if I were face to face with Flora's human attacker. But if it was some devil summoned by that magic circle, could I go down there alone? Should I rouse the superior? Did I have time to rouse anyone? There was that horrible wail again. It gave me my answer. However small, however vulnerable, however powerless I felt, I knew that there was no time to double back. Demonic sigils be damned! I was a woman of faith. I could withstand whatever it summoned. I sprinted down the hall into the darkness. My candle blew out almost instantly, but I didn't have time to care. I ripped the wax off the pricket to expose the sharp point. It wasn't much, but this would have to serve as my sword for now. I rushed headlong toward the terrible sound, clutching the candle pricket with both hands, as if I were wielding a mighty claymore. Ah! Wait, that's Flora! A face rushed out of the darkness. Hedwig! Run! It all happened too quickly for me to register that I had been correct. Flora blew past me, nearly knocking me over. I did not have time to ask what was happening. I could hear the terrifying stomp of those boots echoing throughout the halls. We sprinted through the black hall to the dim light ahead of us and turned towards the giant rattling door. Flora bolted straight at it, past the hallway that would take us back to the dorms. Where are you going? Away from here! I was about to break left for the dormitories, but then I saw exactly why Flora had avoided that path. I caught a glimpse of evil eyes and felt the dull thud of metal boots against the floor close by. Not Eustace this time? I guess? Flora's pursuer had navigated to cut us off. I screamed and sprinted as fast as I could after Flora. We made it to the door. I didn't even want to think about how close our pursuer was. Where are you? What's happening? Help me open this! Now! What's better than 24? 25 still lurking nuns? Yeah, rep, and they're being chased! She was pushing against the imposing door with all her might, but it wouldn't budge. I threw my meager weight against the edge of it to try and help, but it was so heavy. I felt like I might as well have been pushing against a stone wall. You thought it was a murder mystery? Joke's on you, it's a slasher flick. Wah! The wind was pressing it shut, and two small women whose shoes were slipping all over the flagstone floor weren't doing much to combat it. My fingers were in danger of being caught in the jam every time the door buckled, but I kept pushing. I turned my head and caught a glimpse of the monster bearing down on us. Oh, stop doing that face. It's spooky. It was as tall and as terrible as I remembered, but this time it was enveloped in a cloud of smoke. Embers crackled around its soulless eyes. There was no oiled sword this time. This monster brought the very fires of hell with it. Eustace! This isn't funny! Even though I knew it couldn't be her, I pleaded just in case. I still had a dim hope that this was just another prank, that Eustace had been telling the truth after all. But the creature was unmoved. A Balrog of Lindbarrow. This is intense, I know. The giant oaken door finally swung open just enough for me to slip through. I turned to try and yank Flora out with me, grabbing a handful of whatever cloth I could find as I made it outside. But the door caught her foot as I pulled her through. Help! I held onto her free hand with both of mine. She yelped, and I could tell that the monster on the other side of the threshold had grabbed onto her. Don't let go! I won't! I won't! Her face contorted and twisted as the door squeezed her ankle. No! At the very least, it was doing enough to keep the demon from pulling her away from me. If it had not been for that massive slab of wood, I doubt I would have been able to help at all. Hedwig! The wind let up for a moment, and the sudden lack of force set us both off balance with the weight of the door lifted. We fell down and the door swung open just far enough for me to see that our attacker had let go of Flora as well. She was scrambling towards me on all fours, but the beast lurched forward to snatch her again. I held my hands out to hold on to the poor girl's arm. Her fingers gripped my frock, and I held her waist as tightly as I could, but I knew I could not combat this monster alone. The wind suddenly picked up again. Just as both of us got hold of Flora, the door slammed shut again with a sickening crunch. I'd managed to pull Flora clear of the beast's lunge, but I hadn't been fast enough to keep her leg from being crushed by the door. No! She wailed as I attempted to pull her free. No! Her foot! I couldn't manage it, and I was terrified that the door would pull her broken leg right off if I yanked any harder. Pull! Pull! I can't! Is it still holding on to you? I don't know! I can't feel anything! She was sobbing and screaming. I planted my feet against the wall and pulled her towards me. By some miracle, the wind let up just enough for the door to loosen its grip on Flora's leg. We tumbled backwards into a heap. My head hit the floor with a crack, and for a moment my vision faded. My eyes slowly regained focus, and I looked up into the threshold. Ah! The face is still there! The twisted creature was looming over us. I closed my eyes once more and braced myself for the end, and hoped, despite everything, I would see heaven. But death never came. When I opened my eyes, the monster was gone. The door swung shut again, slower this time. The wind was still blowing, but it had died down just a little. Flora wasn't moving. I shook her gently in an attempt to rouse her. There. I think it's gone. She did not answer. I held on to her tight and stared up into the night sky. What a mess I had made of everything. Raindrops pelted my face. I knew I had to move, but I was wholly leaden. The events of the past few weeks and their brutal dismantling of my steady faith were weighing me down. I scarcely recognized myself, and I actively tried to reject the situation I found myself in. The pain in the back of my head was getting unbearable. I squeezed my eyes shut. I am dreaming, I remember thinking. This is not real. Those cards even told me. No. I could not consider pagan frivolities. I was a faithful anchoress. I was simply having a long, horrible nightmare. Another vision. When you open your eyes again, I told myself, you will be home. You will be back in your cell, dry and warm, your oath intact, and maybe you'll be able to try it all over again. I had no such luck. I was wondering if we were getting close to the end of Volume 1. We were. Thank you, ZC. Oh, it is a different person doing the music. Okay. Oh my god. Oh, it's okay. Thank you for the clarification, Ludzu. Is like me, also me but different. And me but different me. I see. That's, man, so many stock images. Wow. That was so good. Now we've got Volume 2. So don't worry. We're not done yet. I mean, we're done for today, probably. Woo! Hey, Flora's leg helped make the game, too. Oh, God. Flora's poor leg. What the heck? There were credits for Crushed. Yeah, I saw that. No! Flora's leg! No! Not Crushed. Well, what did you guys think? I thought the ending was awesome. I feel all chilled and stuff. It was like, whoa! Really kind of a roller coaster. That was awesome. Really good. The whole thing. Great writing, yeah. Does the wind push a door hard enough to break someone's leg? Apparently it was a very, very heavy door. But you got a point. I think her foot wouldn't have broken if it was just the door, because they could have just waited for the wind to pass and they could just pull it out and it would just hurt. I think it was the fact that somebody else was yanking on her leg, and then so it stretched in two different directions, and then this really heavy wooden wedge is like mashing it. And maybe the dude on the other side was twisting it or something. Or I guess the dudette. I could see it happening. Non-gender specific hell beast. Well, I'm thinking, if we want to be real out there, the bishop is present. It could be him. There is another person present that isn't a nun. Rempy! This is the best Rempy game I've ever played. Let's go Rempy. Let's go Misericorde. A huge thank you to anyone who made a stock image recording or tool that was used in this production. You made this quote-unquote solo project possible. Aww. I think this qualifies as a solo project. Volume 1 in the beginning. England. 82, 83. The year passed. The year went over. We're in the next year now. It is growing rather late, isn't it? I apologize, but I think I will leave my story there for tonight. I did not cover anything close to what I would consider the full story, but that is a rather exciting place to leave things, is it not? Even if you know what happens, there's still a sense of, oh, I don't know. I felt something recalling these misadventures, even though I had lived them. Do you know how things turned out? No, don't tell me who you are. I am getting some enjoyment. Oh wait, so she doesn't actually know who this person is who she's been talking to this whole time? I am getting some enjoyment out of imagining telling this story to an impartial audience. Oh, shit, that's us. Please don't be frustrated with me for stopping here. My investigation just barely started. I promise you that all of these details are important. I may not have realized it at the time. In fact, I only just noticed the importance of some things after speaking them out loud to you. So really, I must thank you. May I confide something in you? This is the first time I feel like I understand the job of a chronicler. Or rather, I finally have something worth chronicling. And someone to tell those chronicles to. It's a shame that it took so long for me to feel inspired. And that these are such awful events. But I suppose that the worst events are the ones that need the best records. Would you agree? History seems to think so. In that spirit, I can offer you some of my notes. I believe I have some from the appropriate time I can share with you. Here. They aren't much, but you can peruse these while I prepare for our next meeting. Anyway, I must rest. We can continue this soon. Thank you for listening to me prattle on and on. I'll be ready to share more before you know it. And that's the end of Volume 1! Woo! Wow! I didn't realize we'd hit the end of episode 1 today, not until we got into that roller coaster, and I was like, ooh, I feel like we're hitting the finale. Let's look at characters. a profile. I want to see profile. Hedwig. Oh, look at her. Matthew 26:52. What's that? This is what she says about herself. Former anchoress, current spy. Oh, she's so cute. Her sad little eyes on it. Ooh, thank you. Matthew 26:52. Also, we should translate that Luke passage. We'd have to go back in the VOD, I think, and find the Luke passage that Catherine would tell everyone. Hedwig, her little black hair is poking through, and she looks so sad. Put your sword back in its place, Jesus said to him. For all those who draw the sword will die by the sword. Ooh, that's so good. All the sword imagery. And she got the Queen of Swords. Will you die by the sword, Hedwig? Catherine, chronicler. Question mark. This is Catherine, the question mark, because we don't know what she looks like. A friendship that was cut before it could fully bloom. I've never seen her face, and I miss her dearly. I've heard so much about her good works, but I have so many questions about what seem to be her flaws. I feel ghastly, picking over the remains of her relationships, but I suppose it has to be done. Over here we got the Mother Superior. Superior Abbess. I must remain polite as I write this. I respect the work that goes into running an abbey greatly. I understand her desire to find justice in a terrible situation. Yeah. Catherine with a K. Dabbler. She's a dabbler. Catherine is boorish and vain, but worst of all, she is incredibly clever. She is clearly impulsive, as evidenced by the facts I am too pure to write. She had sex. With James. I am unsure how sincere her eulogy for Catherine was. She makes it sound like they had a very competitive friendship. There are also rumors about her life before the Abbey that give me pause. And so there's Margaret Almoner. Oh right, that's their jobs. The Dabbler. The Almoner. Oh. Quiet, calm, and very talented. At first I was at a loss as to how she and Catherine could be such close friends, but they both have a wicked sense of humor. They're too clever by half. Margaret knows all the passageways around the Abbey. She also showed me a terrible etching deep within the walls. She and Catherine, with a C, seem to have been very close. And we got Eustace, the sacristan. I am not sure what to make of my colleague. Her flat affect makes it difficult to understand what she really thinks. We do not share the same sense of humor, and she can be cruel, but so can I am discovering. And Eustace is very forgiving. She knows something I do not. I am worried what it might be. She definitely knows stuff. I think she was involved and just couldn't stop it. I don't think she wanted Catherine to die, but I think she may have been an accessory. Darcy. Alcavisionist. That's a great way of putting it. Lynn Barrow's own little Hildegard. She cooks, she brews, she cares for all the plants and animals. I must admit I didn't expect any of that from her when we first met. Her manner of speaking is even flatter than Eustace's. Perhaps that is why they get along? Darcy is also by far the most honest about her complex relationship with Catherine. I really hope it wasn't her. Angela, Pryor. Oh Lord, please grant me the strength to turn the other cheek. She is from a convent in Italy. I wish she would go back there. I take a small amount of comfort, knowing I'm not the only one who cannot stand her. Catherine in particular seems to despise her. I don't think she killed Catherine, but I know precious little about their relationship. I have to imagine it was as combative as ours. Moira, Infirmerer. Moira is very kind and strong. Catherine's death moved her deeply. I'm impressed by her knowledge and the amount of work she is responsible for around the Abbey. She doesn't like the villagers much. You know what? She's right too, I feel. Adela Oblit. She was the most recent oblate before I was made to leave my cell. I believe she said she was from Spain, but her mother is Italian. She hasn't said much about Catherine to me yet. She's much more interested in battle strategy. Flora, I'm not really sure what she does. Flora is frustrating. Later today, I am to begin teaching her how to draw. Oh, so all of these were written down, or maybe these are excerpts from her chronicles? Maybe? That would be cute. I've never taught anyone anything so directly. I'm more adept at offering spiritual advice. She doesn't seem to be taking her faith seriously, which concerns me. Then we got Marta. The eldest member of the congregation, but not the superior. I wonder why that is. I suppose she could be a latecomer to Linbarrow. Her and Charity seem to have moved around a lot. At first I thought she was kind and wise, but the more I hear from her, the more uneasy I am around her. She is wise, but she is cold. Some of her behavior reminds me of my most vindictive thoughts, which embarrasses and humbles me. Charity, Almoner. Cellar keeper, yeah, Almoner. Charity is gregarious and kind. She discovered Catherine's body, and I can scarcely bring myself to ask her about all whenever I see her big soft smile. She seems to have seen a lot in her life, and she's served at several abbeys. I wonder why she's settled here. I also wonder how she puts up with Marta's cynical exterior. We haven't spoken much, save for her reassurance about Angela. And James, stable boy and suspect. He is rather pathetic. I do find it hard to believe he killed anyone. His family seemed willing to believe it, however. I'm not sure what to make of that. I feel compelled to protect him. And then Richard, Bishop of the Castle. And then that first scene with like the Lord and like the dude saying, ooh, you could go to this place, never came back up. So that's a Chekhov's gun sitting there, because that was the very first scene of the game. This man made me an anchoress. I cannot look at him without wondering how disappointed he must be in me for allowing myself to be dragged out of my cell. Girl, he knows that she probably didn't give you a choice. Gallery? Oh yeah, all of the spooky. Darcy. Darcy again. Eustace. So many pictures of Eustace. Yeah! to look at that one. Kitty. Ah! Ah! So many of the CGs are just somebody spooky is looking at you. I do like this CG of Catherine. The sheep. He does kind of look like the bishop, though. Wah! Ooh, steady on. What? That never happened, did it? What? I'd say it was my mistake, but it wasn't really. What? I might have let it slip. What? On purpose. What? She hates it when I fiddle with her hobbies. What? Can you believe that? What? Oh my god, jump scare. Holy shit. It's a bit rude not to share. Especially with dear, close friends. Even ruder to hide from friends if you ask me. But we're due for a reunion, I think, all thanks to you. Don't look so nervous. You've helped me and I'm a very generous woman. I can tell you like to read. At least, I hope you do if you made it this far. How about a little more? I think you'll find this interesting. I found it lying around somewhere or other. I don't know if it's entirely accurate, but... What is? Play? What? What's going on? Oh my god, hello? Ticket agent. Ma'am. I would really appreciate it if we could avoid causing a scene. I bought this ticket! This is bullshit! Ma'am, please. I ain't stopping you from getting on the plane. I'm just warning you that you may need to remove your piercings to get through security. Why? Are they gonna reflect off the rearview mirror? Are they gonna mess with the radar? Do they look explosive or something? Sweetie, can you not say the X words so loud? It was just it was a CG, but apparently it's a CG that was never in the game. And then a scene took over. You're making the other people in line nervous. Sorry, which word? Explosive? A few of the other clerks next to the woman I was speaking with too glanced over, eyebrows raised. I was getting a kick out of making these people squirm, I gotta admit. It was beyond bullshit that I was being told to remove my piercings just to go through airport security. Yes, stop saying it so loud, or at all. Not to mention your jacket. After typing hastily into her terminal for a few more seconds, the woman finally handed back my passport. My ticket sputtered out of the loud machine, and I snatched it before she had a chance to take it. Have a pleasant flight. I do apologize if I caused any offense by commenting on your jewelry and stuff. Something tells me you don't warn everyone about the metal detector. Something tells me you don't warn everyone about the metal detector. Just trying to be helpful, ma'am. I rolled my eyes and stepped away. It was a good thing I'd gotten to the airport early. I was hungry as fuck. I heaved my backpack on my shoulders and set off toward my terminal. I figured I'd at least have time to grab a snack before I got on the plane. There was a decent amount of folks in line to get through the detector. The line moved quick, so when I got to the security guy, he sort of gave me this oh great look. All metal objects in the bin with your bag, please. I rolled my eyes and started dechroming myself. Studded bracelets off, nose ring off, earrings out, vest off, more studs. Now, why the hell would you wear all that to the airport? Man, shut up. The guard raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth to say something, but quickly stopped when he saw me lean over to rest one arm against the x-ray machine next to the metal detector and reach down my leg. Oh, I probably should have opted for one of the wheelchairs outside the terminal to get around the airport, but fuck it. I had a lot of energy ahead of this trip and wanted to travel light. I dunked my leg into the bin with the rest of my shit and hopped towards the guard. I'm gonna do a little spin thing through it. The guy stepped back a bit to let me put one arm through the metal detector, then jumped through the rest both arms against the conveyor belt that fed out the x-ray machine. Slick. A few people waiting in line behind me clapped. I rolled my eyes. My bag and bits came through across the belt. Took a second to put myself back together and to thank God that none of my other piercings had set the machine off. Oh, I see. When I was putting my jacket back on, the guard commented on my back patch. I didn't know if I'd wear that to the airport. Gonna do something about it? He laughed. Easy, easy. You're at, like, here. He held his hand up in the air, and I'm, like, way down here. Where are you flying? The UK? Ooh, yeah, you're gonna need to come way down from up here. There. That's a long flight. What's it to you? He was waving more people through as I put my studs and rings back on. Nothing at all, I just don't like seeing people fly mad. Not sure that's your jurisdiction, cop. I'm a cop? Do you think you're not a cop? I've got a real boring beat for a cop. You've got a badge and everything. It's a private security gig, ma'am. Oh, it ain't the TSA? Okay. So you're like a mall cop. Man, I wish. Or maybe, okay, it could be the airport security guard. That is a different job. They get to walk more, I think. Yeah, well, still a cop. How many of those doodads and piercings do you have, anyway? More than you'll ever see. Ma'am, I promise you, I'm not bringing the hostility to this conversation that you are perceiving. Sorry. It's just, you know. Do I? It's hard not to grin at this guy, profession aside. Cop. Folks were passing by and taking their bags as the guard waved them through. What's your name? Alex. Is that real, or is that just what you tell cops? Nah, that's real. I don't tell cops anything. See, that's good! We're opening a dialogue. Not real cops. Ouch. No, see, that's good. Damn, I feel like Jimmy Carter. We're building a real framework for peace here. Man, fuck off with that. Shoot. I've got you back up again after all that. Look, I don't know what any of that political shit means. I just hear the news in the break room sometimes. It is what it is, I guess. I finally finished getting my shit together and turned away from the conversation to head toward the terminal. Have a good flight now, ma'am. Uh-huh. Look, I don't have time right now, but if I ever see you again, I'm gonna recommend you some books to explain some stuff, alright? I winced as soon as the words spilled out. It sounded cooler in my head. How? I don't know, but I swear it did. Okay then. Looking forward to it. Weirdo. Even with all those distractions, I ended up with some time before my flight. I figured I'd grab a burger or something, go over my itinerary, etc., etc. The fast food place was pretty busy, but the line moved quick enough and I soon had a nice bag of garbage to fuel me through an international flight. There weren't any free tables, but there was an empty bar stool near the front of the place. The long table where all the single travelers were eating. Or at least it would have been empty if there wasn't a handbag on it. You good if I sit here? Of course! My stool was in the corner next to the wall. My neighbor was a preppy-looking woman wearing a purple knitted turtleneck. She had a pair of those big hoop earrings, bright red lipstick, stick-on nails, bangs that covered up her eyes. Wait. Like that nun just now? She had bangs covering up her eyes. Not really my scene, but fuck it. I wasn't gonna eat standing up. She lifted the bag up onto the table and drummed her fingers against the seat. The red pleather was faded and cracked, but when I got up close I could see the bar stools and table were covered in rude graffiti. Thanks. My pleasure, darling. Where are you headed? Burger Town. I chuckled as I unwrapped my food. Didn't know they had an airport there. England. Oh, now that's funny. Me as well. Gate 17. The 3 o'clock. That's the one. Small world. You going home, or did me accent give it away? She definitely played it up for a little for that response. Good to know it's back to normal then. Could have passed for a real valley girl before I got to the terminal. I always pick up a bit of local flavor from whatever I'm visiting. So you got your English voice back when you started thinking about home? That's cool. Something like that. It's all a bit mental. I can say that here, of course. That's ruder in the UK. Yeah? You shouldn't say mental. And trucks are lorries. Oh, and do you smoke? What gave it away? Well, try not to get cross if anyone offers you. Chill! Chill. I knew that one. Well, that's good then. She looked real pleased with herself. I never had much patience for people who like testing boundaries for fun, but I had nowhere else to go. Besides, who knows who else I would meet if I left. I was running into some real head cases today. Visiting family then? Yeah. Yeah. Whereabouts, if you don't mind my asking? Up north a ways? I've got a long-ass bus ride once I get to Heathrow. Isn't it funny how big a place like that can feel? Sure, but it could probably fit in Cali, right? Oh, easily. Do you mind if I steal a chip? Huh? Oh, my mistake. A fry. Oh, sure. Thank you kindly. The press-on nails didn't help, but I felt a little freaked out watching her pluck exactly one fry out of the box with her long fingers. It kind of looked like one of those nature shows where an eagle pulls the guts out of a fish or something. She ate it very carefully. I guess she had to. Her lipstick was pretty intense, and there wasn't a crumb or spot of grease or anything on her expensive-looking outfit. I do quite like those. Terrible for me, of course, but what isn't, eh? It's what I can afford. Flights ain't cheap, turns out. Too right. She sucked her finger and thumb clean and dried them on one of my napkins. Well, safe travels. Yeah, sure. Thanks. She smiled at me and slid off of her bar stool with a clack. I realized she was wearing expensive heels. Too expensive for anyone I've ever seen eating shit fast food at LAX. I could hear every footstep across the tile floor as she left. I finished my burger and stuffed all the crap in the paper bag to throw away. As I got off the seat, I realized that woman's handbag was still on the counter. Ah, fuck. I didn't really feel like running errands, but if it was gonna be on the same flight... I took the bag and got going toward the gate. I must have spent way too long eating that shitty burger, because when I finally got to the gate, they were already boarding. Technically, I think I was supposed to get on the plane first? Oh well. Guess I can't do that if I ain't there. Just so you know, ma'am, you can only put one bag under the seat. Yeah, I got it. I almost said that the handbag wasn't mine, but I realized that was probably not the best thing to tell someone right before getting on a plane. Have you ever been on a plane? It was my first time. It feels weird on planes. As soon as you step in, it feels like the air is constantly being sucked away from you. Which I guess it kind of is. That's how the air conditioning or whatever works. It's like you're yawning even when you're not yawning. Or like you've got earplugs in even though you don't. Feels like dog shit, that's for sure. I was looking around for the woman I'd met at the fast food place, but I couldn't see her anywhere. Everyone was standing in the aisles, putting their bags away, taking their jackets and sweaters off, etc., etc. It was going to be impossible to find her. Ma'am, I'm sorry, but you're going to need to make some room. Do you need help finding your seat? Oh no, sorry about that. Well, shit. It wasn't far from my seat, but I was real nervous about keeping this lady's bag with me. What if I got all the way to a foreign country with someone else's shit? What if she'd been wrong about what flight she was on? Would that be like an international crime? Last thing I needed was Interpol coming after my ass over some rich lady's handbag. I sat down in my window seat and tried to stay calm. I figured I could at least wait until we were on the air and I could walk around and make sure she wasn't on the flight before panicking too hard. Now here's a coincidence. Oh, thank God. Hey! You left your bag on the table earlier. She put her hands over her chest and opened her mouth like a fish. Oh my God, thank you. I would have been proper devoed if I'd left it behind. What? Devoed? Devoed? She sat down on her seat. She sat down next to me and I handed her the bag. She started reaching around inside it, I guess to check if anything had gotten lost. Phew, all here. And she pulled out a fat wad of bills and a money clip. Let's see. Oh no, you don't gotta. She licked her thumb, peeled off a small stack of bills and handed them to me. Don't be silly. This is 250 bucks? Pounds, love, but yeah. A little pocket money for your trip, yeah? Well, thanks. Not at all. Thanks for bringing me the bag. I knew you were all right when I first saw you. Weird. What a coincidence we're in the same row, eh? Guess so. I wanted something in the smoking section. Oh, me as well. Okay, so that dates this a bit. This is a while ago. This isn't modern day. Well, if she is punk, it could be 80s. Were there still smoking sections in planes in the 80s? I take it you don't mind then? Nah, go for it. And they mentioned Jimmy Carter. Yeah, but that could have been in the past. He could have been an old security guard. So that didn't make me think. But if Jimmy Carter was already... when was the Iran-Contra... hostage crisis? That was 80s, wasn't it? Early 80s? Nah, go for it. She reached back into her bag and pulled out the most ridiculous pack of cigs I'd ever seen. The whole box was gold. Beginning November 79. Well, remember, I was close. Late 70s, early 80s. The whole box, practically 1980. The whole box was gold. Her lighter was almost a perfect match. The hell are those? Do you not get these here? Maybe, but I've never seen them. She held the box out to me and shook it so exactly one cig stuck out. I didn't know how long she practiced that one, but it was impressive. But could you guys, you guys don't have to. Does anybody know when smoking sections were stopped on planes? You know how long she practiced that one, but it was impressive. Have you seen any of the adverts for these? No. They're very chic. Go on then, try it. I'd be curious to know what you think. What's your huge? What's your huge? Your usual? I usually smoke whatever low tars I can get my hands on. Gotcha. Not a big brand follower? Nah. Me either, typically. Some people like to pit them against each other, but I try anything as long as I like the look. Must be nice. She held her ridiculous lighter out to me. Cig she'd given me. I don't know if I'd call it good, but it sure tasted more expensive than my usual. Like watches. You know anything about watches? I know they're for telling the time. I held up my wrist to show her my cheap digital watch. Digital watch. Is there a time when smoking sections on planes and a digital watch intersects? She exhaled smoke, but didn't respond. Sort of. I mean, they are, but they aren't. You know what I mean? They're jewelry, really. You should get a nicer one. They're way too expensive. My dad has one from some spy movie he liked as a kid. I asked how much it cost one time, and I was so mad when he told me. Ooh, does he now? A gradual phase out. Beginning with smoking sections in 76. So this could be mid-phase out, possibly. They weren't fully passed until 2000. Okay. Phased. So, yeah, it could be the 80s. Easily, then. Or maybe 90s? 80s or 90s. Oh, does he now? That'll be nice. That would be a proper automatic. Digitals are so much cheaper. Maybe 90s with the digital watch. Digitals are so much cheaper. I'm a bit biased, I suppose. She held up her arm and pulled her sweater's sleeve down to reveal her own watch. It was bright gold, although the dial was a shocking pink that I wouldn't have associated with the luxury brand name inlaid in gold. Holy shit, how much was that? You're thinking mid-80s? First digital watch was 72, but they were expensive. To get cheap, they'd have to be out for a while. Alright. Maybe digital watches have been around longer than I think. I don't know, actually. Mid-80s. That's our estimate. Got this one instead of cash for some work I did a while back. Okay, I've got to ask. What do you do? Suppose I'd call myself a flaneur, if anything, a passant, if we're being grammatically correct. So you're professionally French? She laughed. She leaned back in her seat and flicked up that little ashtray in the armrest so she could ash her cigarette. Technically, I'm in publishing. A bit of a location scout, I think, is the best way to describe it. I take special assignments. I travel a lot. I enjoy people watching. I had no idea publishers could afford that kind of lifestyle. There's loads of people out there buying books not read, love. I laughed. Fair enough. So what have you actually read? I'd be curious to know if you'd seen any of mine. Oh, so what have you actually read? I'd be curious to know if you'd actually seen any of mine. I've, like, skimmed Capital. Haven't we all? I like Chomsky. Any fiction? I don't have time for fiction. Ooh, that stings. If I'm reading something, I want it to matter. I could do other stuff for fun, I guess. She nodded thoughtfully. The captain came over the loudspeaker and announced something. It was impossible to tell what exactly, thanks to the shitty mic. Plus, books are expensive. Gotta pick stuff that counts. Feel like I know how every story is going to go the second I read the first sentence. She pointed at me with her cigarette approvingly. We're not so different then. I just come down on the other end, I suppose. But I get it. Who needs a book to tell you what you already know? That's why I prefer fiction myself. Maybe you just need to read different kinds of fiction. I never know what I'm gonna get. So... Well, she's saying everything is expensive, so I think probably, like... She just doesn't like to spend money in general, or is just pretty broke in general. She did say this was her first time ever on a plane. So, what kind of books do you publish anyway? I mean, if you... Also, new books! Depend if they're hardcover, I mean, they're pretty expensive. If you're the kind of person who, like... I don't know. Thinks everything's expensive. I'm not the publisher. I'm just in publishing. So you're the heiress to a publishing company or something? She gave me a wicked grin. Like I said, I'd call myself a flaneur. I don't know if Dan's awake and can tell me what that means. Just feels like a more recent development. Oh, because there was a lot more, like, paperbacks and stuff. So they were cheaper back then? Yeah, I know what you mean. I was at the bookstore, and to be fair, it could have been the Canadian prices, and I'm not used to the conversion yet. I was just like, Jesus, you know, looking at the prices of books. Like I said, I call myself a flaneur, a passant if we're being grammatically correct. It was around this point that the plane's engines started up. We put our cigarettes out and adjusted our seats to get ready for takeoff. You ever been on a plane before? First time. Not the red. I know that's probably the lights turning off, but, uh-oh, you're about to die. No. Don't let the bumpiness get to you. 500 years hence. See you soon. 500 years hence. So yeah, Misericorde, 500 years later. Wait. Literally 500 years. It's 1984. We got it. 1983, 1984. The Steam achievement gave us the information we needed. We nailed that shit. Early to mid 80s. Professional pedestrian or layabout. Thank you for looking them up. But what the fuck was that? Okay, that was... It was this image with the cat. I guess that's Hedwig with the cat. Oh, there she is again. Okay, this part I want to kind of reread. Oh, you found the Luke? Okay, cool. Feel free to paste it. So this is the lady, the publisher. She hates it when I fiddle with her hobbies. Who? Alex? Weird. So we have no idea what that's about. Oh, weird. Anyway, after the cat one... Is this one with Angela and the knife? Oh, what? Kitty. Somebody with goat horns was looking at her just now. I would have forgotten too, to be fair, Dan. I'm pretty much sure you did that without me. Alright, so that's the last weird gallery thing. So much music. Oh, the chapter select is cute. Yeah, prologue still hasn't come back. Chapter 17. Alright. Luke 22:24 and 38. There was also a strife among them. Which of them should be accounted the greatest? And then they said, Lord, behold, there are 2 swords. And he said unto them, it is enough. Swords again! And there was also a strife among them. Which of them should be accounted the greatest? Who was... Could I ask what the context was there? Two swords, it is enough. It is one of the constellations you had for that day. You just didn't grab it. No! Be like me and grab all the constellations all the time, especially the Inkwell. Looks like between them are passages in between is the Last Supper speech, including predicting Peter denying him 3 times. Some Last Supper speech. Okay. Huh. That does seem to suggest a betrayal, right? But apparently that was something Catherine would say to the other nuns a lot, or something she liked to reference. So, like, what the heck? Mysterious. I guess that's why Hedwig was also mystified. Well, I guess that's where we're gonna leave it for now. Well, next time I start at Misericorde, we are going to start at Misericorde Volume 2. White Wool and Snow. There is a Volume 2. White Wool and Snow, which makes sense, considering the new year just started, and they said the snow was going to fall soon. So we're gonna have a winter in, Volume 2. However, I can take my time, because Volume 3, which I think is supposed to be the last one, is not out yet, and is currently in development. So, we can read Chapter 2 together, or Volume 2 together, but then we gotta wait for the 3rd installment, kind of like people waiting for Deltarune parts. So anyway, that was exciting! Misericorde Volume 1, I definitely want to read more. Definitely best Rempe game I've ever seen. Really cool project. And I'm intrigued and I'm invested in the characters too. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. And Tess is live. Tess is playing Wind Waker, it seems. Or still playing Wind Waker? This page would load. Yep, Wind Waker. Oh! P-Thingy! Alright, thank you for following! Hope you enjoyed that. I'm gonna... Oh, honestly, you haven't understood a single game I've played since you got the sub, but you're compelled to keep watching. I'm glad you're enjoying your time here. You can always ask questions, and we can try to catch you up. You merely need to ask. But I'm glad you've been enjoying your time here with the slug and the Podamigos. So, I'm gonna put the raid out to Tess. So, I should also pause the timer before I forget. There we go. So, Yeah, tomorrow. Wait, purple, yes? No! Oh my god. There is somebody named Purple Yes who is available to be rated? That was crazy. Purple Tess. There we go. So, sorry, I got distracted by that mistake. I'm not going to be live tomorrow. I've got tabletop. So, expect me back on Monday. Alright, guys, thank you very much. Have a very good night. And I wish you pleasant dreams as Sister Katie. And I guess that'll do it. Have fun. Oh, thank you. All right, everybody. Good night.